In this topic, I will introduce HRCI's PHR exam and the requirements to prepare for it. This is a table of Skillsoft's Professional in Human Resources 2020 program. The courses are designed to support the HRCI's Professional in Human Resources PHR certification exam. The program has been updated to reflect the HRCI's 2021 PHR exam requirements. The content is based on the current 2018 PHR exam content outline and provides complete coverage of the knowledge and responsibilities of the 5 functional areas, which is how the courses are aligned. As a note, HRCI updates exam content outlines about every 5 years. Upon completion of the courses listed, you'll be eligible to earn a Skillsoft digital badge. As an added bonus to having this as your study tool, this can be employed as an ongoing job reference. The PHR exam program overview chart will be shown at the start of each course. It will be our journey map throughout the program. The red bar will highlight the current course. As you can see, the red bar is at the top highlighting the first course. This is where we are. We will cover the organization of the functional areas and the courses in more detail as we move further into discussing the program content. For now, this bookmarks the first step of our journey. We'll have a look at how the exam is structured. The exam format, what you can expect, exam questions, which are referred to as items, and what they look like. The PHR is one of 8 professional certifications offered by HRCI. PHR is the most popular certification. It tests the proficiency of the technical and operational aspects of HR practices, laws, and regulations in the United States. The PHR exam is available in Spanish language upon request. The exam covers the 5 functional areas of competency: employee and labor relations at 39% of the exam, business management at 20%, talent planning and acquisition at 16%, total rewards at 15%, and learning and development at 10%. Effective May 1st, 2021, the PHR exam will consist of 90 scored items, ranging in level of difficulty. All items should be answered and there are no partial marks. Responses are either correct or incorrect. Each exam will have 25 unscored pre-test items, which will be used to validate testing standards for a future exam. You'll have no way of knowing which ones these are, so treat every item as being important. You will have 2 hours to complete the exam. While you are permitted to take breaks, the timer will continue to count down. You can estimate approximately 1 minute per question and 5 minutes for overall review. However, remember that each question will take varying times to complete. Personally, I was glued to my seat and took all the time allotted for the SPHR, which is more difficult. However, this is not a competition. Do whatever works for you. More on this later. The exam is computer-based and there are 2 testing options, both with your choice of location and appointment time. The first option is in person at an independent testing center, and the second option is a remotely proctored exam from your home or office with certain restrictions. The HRCI website will have more information on this. The content of the questions is classified based on 3 cognitive levels. Knowledge and comprehension focuses on remembering factual materials such as definitions or terminology. Application and problem solving is based on leveraging generalizations or principles to solve everyday problems. And synthesis and evaluation, which solves complex problems using critical thinking skills and different elements. The PHR exam will include a variety of item types which will be portrayed in the form of a question, a statement, or an open-ended sentence. Let's take a look at them. Traditional multiple choice, these are the majority of questions. Multiple choice, multiple response, these are like multiple choice, except there are 2 or more correct answers. Scenario situational judgment, They require you to integrate facts from different subject areas. Fill in the blank, you'll provide missing information. Drag and drop, you'll match information from two columns. These are important, so we'll take a look at each type. This would be a good time to prepare to start taking notes if you haven't already done so. Traditional multiple choice. These items contain a stem or premise and 4 answer choices, including 1 correct answer. As this is the most common type of question, we're going to spend some time and break this down further. The item will appear on the screen. Do you know the correct answer? Go ahead and pause your recording for a minute and figure it out. Okay, lock your answers in and I'll check back with you shortly. From the stem, you'll be required to select the best response. By best, the PHR exam is asking for the response that a panel of HR subject matter experts would agree that is correct. Of the 4 answer choices, some are distractors, which are written to look correct, but are not or are not the best answer. The purpose of making other answers look correct is to assess your knowledge and judgment in an HR environment. There's only 1 correct answer. So, how did you do? Great if you had the correct answer. And if you didn't, don't take it as a negative. It's the first step in understanding how to assess the way in which you think and process information. Why did you pick the answer that you did? Why did you discount each of the others? Take note of the reason to help you in guiding to align with what an HR subject matter expert would agree is correct. I'm all about process and making things easy and repeatable, so here's my approach to responding to exam items. It may take some getting used to, but it works. When you get an exam item, you're going to read the last sentence first and then the rest of the question. This will help you to determine what is being asked. Then you want to come up with a potential answer. This will help you to focus on the generally accepted HR practices. You'll review the options that they provide to find the one that best matches yours. Trust your first instinct, as this will help you to select the best answer. You're going to pick an answer. If you're unsure, you want to make sure that you mark an answer now so you'll be able to come back to it. Answer every question in order. This will be helpful when you get into full-length tests. We provided this format on the resources section of the course, where you can also find other course job aids. Now, let's try the same question again, but using the new approach. You want to read the last sentence first and then the rest of the question. There's only 1 sentence, so this is straightforward. Had there been more than 1 sentence, then you would start with the last sentence and then go back to the first sentence and read forward. This will help you to determine what is being asked. You come up with your own potential answer to help you focus on the generally accepted HR practices. Then you'll review the options that are provided to find the one that matches yours. Now, if you had made the assumption that the question was asking for agencies, as you view the options, you would quickly translate your response into acts. I hope you caught that I switched things up a bit. Always use the process, as the question may appear to be similar but have a twist. Now, multiple choice, multiple response. These are like multiple choice items, except there are 2 or more correct answers. The item will tell you how many correct options there are. In situation, judgment, scenario questions. The scenario items present typical HR situations, followed by a series of exam items based on this scenario. The scenarios require you to integrate facts from different subject areas. Remember, answers are either correct or incorrect, no partial marks. Okay, in filling the blanks, you'll be asked to provide a number, a word, or a phrase to complete a sentence. Let's look at a sample. So be sure you read the instructions carefully. Using the process we just learned, what is the question asking for? The key here is the minimum wage and not the tipped wage. So what's your correct response? In this instance, Had you put in 7.25 or $7.25, both would be incorrect because the ask is for whole numbers, no symbols or punctuations. Remember, answers are either correct or incorrect, no partial marks. In drag and drop, you'll be asked to click on certain pieces of information and drag them with your cursor to place them in the correct position. In this example, on the left, we have a list of tools, and then on the right, we have a list of processes. Your ask is to match the related items. Go ahead and start with the ones that you know. As you work through until the end, be sure to answer them all, even if you have to guess. No response is a 0. A response is a 25% chance of getting it correct. I'll run through the list. Termination is aligned with exit survey, change management with culture map, project management with Gantt chart, and performance review with appraisal. These are the variation of item types. Keep deploying my approach and it will help you with time management and zeroing in on the best response faster. In this video, I'll provide an overview of HRCI's body of knowledge and how it's used. A foundational element of a profession is to establish a body of knowledge or BOK. This is a framework of standardized set of concepts that identifies what a profession does and how it's done by its approved members. Through an extensive HR practice analysis process, HRCI created the HR BOK to be a framework of the HR profession to be used by practitioners and educators to describe what work is done and how. It provides a thorough understanding of the different areas of HR and can help an HR department understand if it's functioning appropriately by comparing it against the HR BOK's framework. The PHR exam organizes the generally accepted HR practices of the HR BOK framework into these 5 functional areas: employee and labor relations, prevent and resolve workplace problems involving employees, and assist managers with managing within the law to accomplish the organization's desires, goals, and objectives. Business management establishes and runs the business by aligning the right people, processes, structures, and tools for optimal support. Talent planning and acquisition assesses future organizational staffing and defines the ongoing HR processes to acquire skilled workers for short and long-term plans. Total rewards create equitable structures to evaluate jobs and value employees for their contributions. Learning and development improves organizational, group, and individual performance by increasing and honing skills. The test specifications are made up of 2 components. HRCI leverages industry professionals to help define knowledge and professional competencies required for the HR practice. The HR task and knowledge needed to perform them are extensively researched and then grouped into functional areas. Each provide a description of the concepts, tasks, and knowledge you need to successfully understand and perform the HR-related duties associated at the certification level. Exam questions are also peer-reviewed for technical validity and applicability to the current HR practice and applied job knowledge. This is where the 25 pre-test items on the exam comes into play. In this video, I'll share the PHR's exam's eligibility and passing requirements. The PHR exam is predominantly experience-based and heavily focused on the HR BOK. Your experience will provide the foundation for organizing the knowledge and responsibilities in the way the HR BOK requires. However, in practice, your company may operate differently, so you'll need to stay focused on the generally accepted HR practices. Candidates for the PHR exam must meet the criteria outlined on the right. HRC defines professional level experience as an HR role specialized in the field of HR with independent judgment and discretion working with a range of people. Therefore, a people manager whose primary job function is not HR is not likely to qualify. Depending on the length of qualified HR experience, the educational level will also vary. The application process is straightforward, but if you have any questions, call HRCI's customer service line before applying. The process begins with creating an online account to provide your eligibility information and submit the processing fee. Check around social media for application fee discounts. There's often one available. You'll also have the option to purchase second chance insurance just in case you need to retake the exam. This is a non-refundable fee, so do well and it won't be required. HRCI will review your credentials against the eligibility requirements. Applications can be denied, audited, or approved. Exams are offered year-round. Once approved, you'll be able to schedule your exam within 120 days from the date of your approval. Pearson VUE administers exams and will require you to have your HRCI approval letter to schedule an appointment. There are additional fees to reschedule or cancel the exam. HRCI reports results using a scaled scores, which is the result of a transformation applied to the raw score. Exams are taken daily at a variety of centers, and candidates receive randomized exams, so no two exams are similar. All exams are transformed to the same scaled score. This allows all exams to have the same parameters or be on the same scale. HRCI exams are designed to be determined on a pass or did not pass decision based on the total score of the exam and on achieving a scaled score on or above 500 on the entire exam. The score will fall between a range of 100 and 700. Immediately after testing at a Pearson VUE Center, you'll receive a copy of your results. The exam result will indicate pass or did not pass. If you did not pass, your score will fall between 100 and 499. The closer your score is to 500, the closer you were to passing the exam. When you do pass the exam, you'll receive an official confirmation in the mail along with your certification and a letter explaining future professional development activities. You'll also receive the official title PHR to be added to your initials. During calendar year 2020, 11,917 HR practitioners tested for one of HRCI's 8 credentials. As of January the 12th, 2021, PHR had 71,130 certification holders. This is 52% of all certification holders combined and 33% more than the next level. The PHR pass rate was 71% at the end of December 2020. However, it is not uncommon that many candidates take the test as a look-see, which is to take the test for the experience and to be better prepared. Hopefully, they purchase second chance insurance, which is a reduced rate to retake the exam after not passing. Many candidates choose this option for the level of comfort just in case. The choice is yours. We're committed to providing you with quality content and a great learning experience. With your partnership and commitment to the process, together we can achieve success. Studying and testing above 80% on half or full exams will help you to achieve this goal. Recertification is required to maintain your designation and demonstrates your ongoing commitment to professional development in the HR field. 60 recertification credits are required every 3 years. Effective January 1st, 2021, all certificates must fulfill 1 ethics credit. This requirement ensures certificates remain aware of the crucial ethical practices and behaviors in the workplace. The PHR does not have specified credit hours and allows 59 general recertification credits from 2 areas. On the left is professional development, which has no maximum, so the remaining 59 credits can be applied to those categories with up to 30 credits used for self-directed learning. On the right, professional achievement allows for 40 credits to be used from those categories, with up to 12 credits for HR membership. Retaking the exam is also an option. However, I'm sure that after this experience, you'll keep up with the recertification credits. In this video, I'll share preparation techniques and will help you assess your level of HR knowledge to create a study plan that will guide you in allocating the appropriate amount of study time. HRCI exams are based on the functional areas of the HR block, so learn as much as you can in the areas where you have little or no exposure. You may not have all the skills or experience, but they can be acquired. When I took the SPHR, I was new to the US. I was already certified in Canada and needed to brush up on my US compensation and benefits, as well as labor relations, which are both structurally different between the countries. In preparation, I purchased an educational textbook on each topic. Then the week of the exam, I took off work and spent that time studying like it was a full-time job. It was a painful process, but I was successful. I try to take the SPHR as a refresher every 5 years when the exam content changes and the process is grueling, mostly me having anxiety. There's no one preparation method that can meet everyone's needs, so leverage multiple resources are a great idea. Study groups can be useful, either online or in person. As you'll remember, HRCI allows 120 days from the application approval to take the exam. If you feel you'll need more time, begin your journey, then apply within that window. Once you apply and receive approval, you're on the clock, so every day has to count. Most candidates will spend 10 to 12 weeks or 100 to 120 hours preparing. Each person will be different. Create a schedule that will be right for you. This table displays the courses similarly to what we looked at the start. Let's have a look at the details. The weighting of the 5 functional areas specifies the technical and operational proficiency at the PHR level. We've subdivided each of these functional areas into a series of courses to cover the exam content. The content is structured from the perspective of starting a new business and employing the life cycle approach to cover the functions. Employment legislation is foundational and covered within each of the functional areas. However, this is also a course, so it's easy to transfer and to reference. PHR candidates are responsible for knowing the HR laws and regulations that are in effect at the time of their exam. The current exam is based on 2018. One of the biggest challenges of any exam is fearing the unknown. You're now in the know. Let's recap the salient points and prepare to embark on preparation. The ability to apply knowledge. The range of HR topics we'll cover will be broad, so you will inevitably learn something theoretical or practical that will be applicable on the exam. Federal requirements will be after 1960. You'll be required to have a knowledge of key employment legislation prior to 1960, such as the National Labor Relations Act of 1935, but you will not be specifically tested on any act outside of 1960 to 2018. Generally accepted HR practices. It will be important to understand the common response that will be agreed to by the Society of HR Practitioners as a benchmark and best response for exam questions. On the knowledge heat map shown here, I've identified the number of videos covered in each course so you can see the depth and breadth of the content. There's no correlation with the volume of weightings or importance. Some functional areas are just more voluminous and will take more time to cover. A personalized copy of the knowledge heat map will help you identify your strengths and weaknesses. You can access a copy from the resources section of the website. This exercise will require some tools: your copy of the knowledge heat map, 3 highlighters or dots or pens, or 3 colors of your preference, HRCI's PHR exam content outline if you are unsure of what the courses may entail at a high level. Let's begin. Rate your skills based on the names of the 18 courses. Highlight in either red, yellow, or green. Red for an area where you may need help studying. Yellow if you've worked in this area or understand the concepts. And green, you're writing a book on this topic. Be completely honest about where you are, as it will determine where and how much time you will spend on preparation. That's it. This is your personal assessment and no need to share it. As you delve into the content, the color pattern may change, but this is a good starting point to gauge your time commitment. Also, don't ignore the green areas, as you'll want to keep them strong. Now, start to think about how you'll supplement your studying. One of the most valuable things you can do is invest in practice exams. There are plenty of resources available, but find a good resource that will match HRCI style, or they will add no value. Look for exams that are based on the 2018 content, as well as exams that will provide feedback. So now you can organize your study based on the results of your heat map. Assuming that you have 12 full weeks or more to study, here's a plan that may work for you. If you don't, think about how you can tailor it to fit. This plan accounts for working through Skillsoft's Professional Human Resources 2020 program, which is organized by life cycle processes. The first 11 weeks covers the functional areas with a practice exam after each functional area. This is suggested pace for going through the functional areas. This practice exam should be half an exam, so about 45 to 90 minutes in length and the same number of questions. It will be important that you take your own personal notes as you work through the content. Seeing and hearing will have a recall rate of 50% after 2 weeks. Writing things down helps solidify it to memory and making learning more active. Get into the habit of reading your notes after a video so you have the potential to increase retention 70 to 90% longer after 2 weeks. The week prior to the exam will be spent reviewing those personal notes. Taking full practice exams will provide the endurance testing needed before the big day. Plan to do something every day until exam day. It can be as simple as 10 flashcards a day or recapping your set of notes. Also, keep in mind, the longer you delay in taking the exam, the more effort you'll need to put into remembering the content. We'll review 2 options: a fixed exam date, which is planning backwards. Calculate the time between now and the exam date. Determine how you want to study during that time, and then schedule your time based on your personalized study plan. Option 2 is an open exam date, which is working forward. Determine how much time you want to commit to studying each week. Schedule that time on the calendar and stick to it. And then be sure to keep the exam deadline in mind. This video identifies ways in which you can benefit from the study plan. Let's have a look at the course design. This table shown is essentially your knowledge heat map with 2 courses added, the introduction at the top and the summary at the bottom. In total, we have 250 videos over the program. This full overview will help you in planning and budgeting your time. This path follows the content in life cycle order. Starting with the top left of the screen and moving to the right, we'll start with the introduction to the PHR. This will then be led by the employment legislation course, followed by business management, and then talent planning and acquisition will complete the top half. We'll continue our journey with the bottom right to left with learning and development, and then total rewards, followed by employee and labor relations, and we'll finish with the PHR exam summary. The study plan we walked through earlier will complement this path over a 12-week period. We have some other options to consider as well. Functional weighting leverages the weighting of the 5 functional areas. Knowledge gap identifies areas where you need to increase your score. Time factor uses your plan in action time calculator to assess the time. starting with employee and labor relations as the highest weighted area at 39% and building your path in descending weight order to learning and development at the lowest weighted area at 10%. You can do the reverse order. Let's take a look at these two paths. For the highest weighted path, we start from the top of the screen and move to the right with the introduction to the PHR, then employee and labor relations at 39%, followed by business management at 20%, and then we round out the top with talent planning and acquisition at 16%. Moving from the bottom right to the left with total rewards at 15%, then learning and development at 10%, and then we'll follow with employment legislation and finish up with a PHR exam summary. Employment legislation is highlighted because this can be taken in any order. I would include it last because it's incorporated into the other functional areas. If you're starting with the lowest weighted path, it may be helpful to have the foundation of employment legislation, so I recommend this as a second course. Starting from the top left of the screen and moving to the right with Introduction to PHR, then you have your employment legislation as I recommended, and then we'll follow by learning and development at 10%, and then we'll move to total rewards at 15% to round out the top half. We'll move from the bottom right to the left with talent planning at 16%, followed by business management at 20%, and then employment and labor relations at 39%. And we'll finish with the PHR summary. For knowledge gap options, you'll have three approaches. Your knowledge heat map, where you can address your lowest ratings, or you can look to increase your competencies. If you have a practice exam, you can assess your skills in each of the PHR functional areas and then identify where you want to improve your scores. Another approach would be to target the areas where you want to use as your starting point and then build your path forward. For time sequencing factors, here are your choices. You can start with short time periods to study, for example, only afternoons each week. Short time until the exam, perhaps using this as a refresher. If you have a longer time period to balance, perhaps you're doing this as meeting the exam requirements. Whatever your situation, our program is flexible and portable, allowing you to consume your learning when you need it, where you need it. For your short time burst path, I recommend taking the bookends first to help plan with the end in mind. This path will display the number of courses and videos within each of the functional areas. So starting from the top left of the screen and moving to the right, we have the introduction to the PHR, and then we have the PHR exam summary, followed by business management, and then talent planning and acquisition completes the top half. We continue this journey from the bottom right to the left with learning and development, and then total rewards, followed by employee and labor relations, and then we'll have employment legislation, and then we'll have the PHR exam summary again if that is then needed. Each course and functional area can stand alone, so you can study in any particular order. I do recommend keeping the functional areas together if you're newer to the HR profession. If you're looking for a specific area of study, picking from here will also be beneficial. As you start to delve into the content, here are some things to keep in mind. For legislation, do not try to memorize the content. However, do relate it to familiar situations for faster recall. As you come across models, learn the concepts and how they apply to the tools to make your job more efficient. Always be thinking about questions. Find exam-type questions in the content and prepare for unexpected questions. Try to simplify. Look for ways to synthesize the content. It needs to be digested. Over this course, the goal was to help you assess how much effort would be required for you to prepare for the PHR exam. To do this, we shared the contents of the exam, how HRCI would use the BOK to create the exam content. We reviewed the requirements to apply, study, pass, and maintain certification, and we also demonstrated how you can create your own personalized plan for your specific needs. No matter where you are in the process, this is achievable and you can do it. Be realistic with your goals and you must put in the time. It's worth it, and I'm looking forward to guiding you on this journey. In the next course, we'll address U.S. legislation and the impact on the employment relationship. In this topic, we'll recall employee rights in labor laws. On the PHR exam program overview chart, we'll be covering employment legislation, which is highlighted in red. It's appropriately located just below all of the functional areas and represents the foundation from which HR professionals will rely on to hone their craft and stay compliant. Every HR role has a layer of compliance, and the knowledge of legislation and experience in handling issues will help to minimize the business's exposure to legal risk. Depending on the path that you have chosen to take these courses, you may have already covered some legislative topics or just digging in. Either way, you are here just when you are meant to be, and we'll take this in stride. The legislations are categorized to make them digestible and relatable. You'll definitely want to be taking notes and, in addition, capture on the sidebar how each topic could be applied to solve problems that you've come across or aware of in news stories to quickly make the connection. Exam candidates are responsible for knowing the HR laws and regulations that are in effect at the time of their exam, which is based on January 1st, 2018. In addition, laws prior to 1960 will not be explicitly covered, though the concepts may be inferred. Let's take a look. We'll be covering the highlights, why this topic is important to HR, and the sources, the different ways legislation will come into effect. Human Resources, or HR, is conducted with a high degree of oversight from regulatory agencies through labor laws and legislation. An element of compliance for many labor laws is that written policies are in place. These are most often formally communicated through an employee handbook and outlines employee and employer rights and responsibilities. Labor laws also place heavy emphasis on documentation and record keeping. These include requirements for storage, retention, and disposal of all related records to employment. Sources of law are the origins of the law, the binding rules that enable governance. The term source of law may sometimes refer to the sovereign or the seat of power from which the law derives its validity. Here are the sources for employment legislation. United States Constitution. This is a supreme law and is a source of all government powers. Statutes. They are written enactments or authorizations made by legislature and expressed in a formal written document to pass law. Case law is also known as judicial precedents or judge-made law and is the body of law derived from judicial decisions of the court and similar tribunals. Agency regulations. Agencies authorized to develop rules, criteria for measuring whether employers are in compliance. Agency orders. The powers of the agency to force compliance with federal laws. Executive orders. These are issued by the President of the United States. These bodies provide the core laws or rules of conduct established to maintain stability and justice that are applicable in all stages of an employee's life cycle, from pre-hiring process through termination. The Constitution. It serves to protect individual liberties and define how government is organized and the power and responsibilities. The Constitution is a blueprint for the entire government, and everything that the government does must be consistent with the Constitution. Therefore, if any action is taken by any part of the government that is inconsistent with the Constitution, that action is said to be unconstitutional and it must be struck down. Statutes. These are created by the federal, state, and local legislatures, which are comprised of elected officials who have the power to create laws. Courts must apply statutes, if available, to the facts of a case. If no statutes exist, the court defers to common law or case law. Statutes are passed by legislatures who are empowered to make laws. Statutes have control over common law or case law where the two conflict. An exception to this is if the statute can be thrown out of court under interpretations made by the applicable case law that the statute is unconstitutional. Case law. Legislatures cannot write laws for every possible factual scenario. Therefore, case laws are written broadly enough to be applicable to every variety of situations. In situations where an applicable law may not be clear, the courts may engage in statutory interpretation to determine the legislature's intent, and the decision is referred to as a precedent. As a footnote, common law refers to a law that has not been actually codified or passed by legislature, but nonetheless applied by the courts based on a tradition and the legal history of the United States, and even dating back to the legal system in England. Administrative law is a body of law that governs the regulations of government agencies at the federal and state levels. It refers to the regulations created by administrative agencies which are part of the executive branch and are charged with the administration of government functions. They create the legislature through enabling statutes. Agency regulations. They develop rules or regulations and publish them in the Federal Register and give the public an opportunity to comment on the proposals. After the comment period, the agency publishes the final rule that take effect no less than 30 days after the public date of notice. Agency orders. The agency has the power of compliance with federal laws in court, known as administrative law courts. Once issued by an administrative law judge, ALJ, in these cases have the effect of the law, and many of these decisions are published in the Federal Register. As regulations become more pervasive, the body of administrative law has become increasingly important. Executive orders are written statements of the President issued as a directive or instruction for the actions of the executive agencies to set policies for the executive branch to follow. An executive order has the full force and effect of a law enacted by the legislature, except where it's contradicted by a duly passed federal law. Therefore, the President can issue an executive order to bypass Congress's bureaucracy and advance policy objectives without having to go through the legislative process. The President can draw on three sources to issue an executive order. The first is the Constitution itself. The second source of authority is from the legislative branch. The third source is the President's inherent authority, which is defined in Black's Law Dictionary as a power that necessarily derives from an office, position, or status. An executive order becomes law after published in the Federal Register for 30 days. Each of these three branches has a distinct and essential role in the function of the government to ensure no single person or entity has a monopoly of power. On the left is the legislative branch. As a whole, it is charged with passing the nation's laws. Congress may pass laws, but the President has the power to veto them. Congress, in turn, may override a veto. In the center is the executive branch, which is administered by the President of the United States. The President enforces the law that the legislative branch makes. On the right is the judicial branch, which consists of United States Supreme Court and lower federal courts. Under the Supreme Court's constitutional jurisdiction, its primary function is to hear cases that challenge the constitutionality of the legislation or require interpretation of that legislation. The lower federal courts also decide cases dealing with its constitutionality of laws, as well as cases involving the laws and treaties of United States ambassadors and public ministers, disputes between two or more states, admiralty law, also known as maritime law, and bankruptcy cases. Decisions of the lower federal courts can be and are often appealed to the U.S. Supreme Court. The two chambers of Congress, The House of Representatives and the Senate must approve all legislation, bills, and resolutions before they can be sent to the President for signature and final enactment or passed into law. Both the House and the Senate must pass an identical bill by a simple majority vote using the same process. We'll now step through the process of how a bill becomes law. Starting in the upper left corner and moving right, first, a lawmaker introduces a bill in either the Senate or the House of Representatives. It is reviewed by the appropriate committee or subcommittee. The subcommittee reviews the bill, holds hearings, and makes amendments that it deems necessary. Once the subcommittee is satisfied with the bill, it represents the new version to the full committee. Dropping down to the second row and moving from right to left. If the full committee approves the bill goes to the full chamber in which it was originally introduced, the Senate or the House, for the debate and final vote. If the first chamber passes the bill is presented to the other chamber where it is reviewed in similar fashion. Both chambers must approve the bill in identical form. Dropping down to the last row and moving from left to right. Once approved by both chambers, the bill is presented to the President for signature. Once signed, the bill becomes law and is effective as the legislature has prescribed. Now, at the previous step, the President can also refuse to sign the bill, an action known as a veto. So this will jump to the step to the right of the bill becomes law. When this happens, it prevents the bill from becoming a law, although vetoes can often be overridden by a supermajority of votes by the legislature. Under the federal system, a 2/3 majority of both houses of Congress is required to override a presidential veto. Still, another option is the federal government's provision while the House legislature is still in session and the President does not sign the bill within a certain number of days, the bill will automatically become a law. Successful businesses increasingly understand the need to monitor and participate in the legislative and regulatory process since policy decisions can greatly affect the bottom line. Not only is it important to be aware of developments to participate, but actions necessary to affect change. Laws are actions passed by Congress and state legislatures. Regulations reflect how laws will be implemented and often have the force of law. Regulatory agencies may issue guidelines that interpret how these laws will be enforced. Lobbying is a form of advocacy with the intent of influencing legislators and officials, whether through other legislators, constituents, or organized group. The intent is to convince lawmakers to vote in a way that will benefit your business. HR professionals are expected to actively participate in the transformation of state and federal laws. The legislative process. HR managers need to understand the relationship between laws, agencies, regulations, and court decisions. Propose legislation. Know what is happening in the legislative process. Informing legislators. Legislators are generally interested in information that comes from credible and informed sources. Protesting laws and agency regulations. When laws or agency regulations create unfair or intolerable conditions, help to oppose them through some form of active or passive resistance. In this video, I'll share foundational United States federal employment legislation prior to 1990. These 5 acts shown in the boxes are listed from earliest to most recent. They'll be covered in summary format, indicating who they apply to, the provisions, and compliance requirements. The website where the act can be found is listed. The Equal Pay Act, EPA, of 1963 was the first anti-discrimination act to protect women and prohibits discrimination on the basis of sex. Prior to the act, the comparable worth standard was used by United States federal government to make compensation decisions. When Congress passed the act, it deliberately rejected the comparable worth standard in favor of the equal pay standard. Jobs are considered equal if they require equal skill, effort, and responsibility, and if they are performed under similar working conditions. Equal pay, however, does not mean the same as comparable worth. Although two jobs may require similar levels of skill, effort, and responsibility and have comparable worth to the organization, they do not have to be paid equally if they are different jobs or in different job categories. The Act applies to employers and employees who are covered by the Fair Labor Standards Act, FSLA, and is administered and enforced by the Equal Employment Opportunity Commission, EEOC. The Equal Pay Act provides 4 exceptions to the employer's obligations to pay male and female employees the same wages. As shown in the table displayed, the Act allows for differences in pay when they are based on a bona fide seniority system, wages and salaries are based on the length of service, a merit pay system, pay is determined by legitimate performance measures, a system that measures quantity or quality of production, or a differential, which is based on any factor other than gender that fairly measures factors other than sex. The Civil Rights Act of 1964, Title VII, is considered one of the crowning legislative achievements of the civil rights movement. It was first proposed by President John F. Kennedy, then survived a strong opposition from Southern members of Congress, and was signed into law by Kennedy's successor, Lyndon B. Johnson. It prohibits discrimination in employment and applies to employers with 15 or more employees, employment agencies, labor organizations, state and local governments, and educational institutions. It established the Equal Employment Opportunity Commission and outlines the procedures that the Commission should follow to prevent unlawful employment practices. The Seventh Amendment of the Civil Rights Act of 1964, Title VII, outlines 5 major protected classes: race, color, religion, sex, and national origin. Sex was a late addition to the original 5 as it was intended to keep women excluded, but the Act passed. There are now also protections for physical and mental disability, reprisal, and most recently added sexual orientation. It is unlawful to deny employment opportunities, training, or career advancement to protected classes or to an individual based on their association with someone in a protected class. Title VII allows for limited exceptions to its requirements. These are shown on the table listed from left to right. Bona fide occupational qualification, BFOQ. This occurs when religion, sex, or national origin is reasonably necessary to the normal operation of a business. Religious organizations, they may give preference to members of that religion. Educational institutions, these were not originally subject to Title VII, now included when curriculum propagates the protected class. This is allowable. Work-related requirements, this depends on the intent and impact not to discriminate. Take note, national security clearance that is required for a position is not protected. Indian reservations, they may give preference to Indian applicants and employees living on or near the reservation. Bona fide seniority systems, the use of tenure to allocate employment rights and not to discriminate is allowable. Affirmative action plans, complying with affirmative action legislation to correct a past injustice is permitted. A deeper dive on BFOQs as they come up more often. An employer who discriminates based on religion, sex, or national origin must demonstrate that the attribute is a BFOQ necessary to the normal operations of their business. The concept of business necessity has been narrowly defined by the courts. When a practice is found to have a discriminatory effect, it can be justified in one of 3 ways. 1, it is necessary to the safe and efficient operation of the business. 2, it effectively fulfills the purpose it is supposed to serve. Or 3, no alternative policies or practices which serve the same purpose with a less discriminatory impact. Race is never a BFOQ. The Age Discrimination in Employment Act, ADEA, is designed to protect employees who are 40 years of age and older from arbitrary and age-biased discrimination in hiring, promotion, training, benefits, compensation, discipline, and terminations. Employers are not even allowed to provide different health or medical benefits to older workers than younger workers, nor can they stop making contributions to an employee's pension just because that employee has reached retirement age but chooses to continue working. Early retirement programs are allowed under ADEA, but employers must be very careful to avoid using early retirement incentives as a means of forcing older workers to quit. A review of relevant court cases indicates that employers facing age discrimination charges have very little reason to be optimistic, since the court decisions have generally been decided against them. Employers who are charged with age discrimination basically have 4 legal justifications for their decisions. 1. An employee is hired as a firefighter or police officer by a state or local government. 2. The employee is a top executive or policymaker. 3. The employer has a genuine seniority or benefit plan. Or 4, the employee is discharged or disciplined for just cause. Age can be a BFOQ if necessary for the normal operation of the business. Early retirement programs are a convenient way for an employer to achieve a satisfactory reduction in force, but they must not violate the Age Discrimination in Employment Act. Here are some guidelines. Incentive. The employer should offer an incentive that's fair and that will attract employees. Eligibility requirements. The employer should provide clear and rational requirements for employees to become eligible. Employee acceptance. Participation must be knowing and willingly and voluntary by the employees. ERISA coordination. Employees should receive a summary plan description for the benefits they will be offered. The Equal Employment Opportunity Act of 1972 prohibits employment discrimination. The Act extended coverage to Title VII to entities that had been excluded in 1964. This includes educational institutions, state and local governments, and the federal government. In addition, it reduced the number of employees needed to subject an employer to coverage by Title VII from 25 to 15 and required employers to keep records of the discovery of any unlawful employment practices and provide those records to the Equal Employment Opportunity Commission, EEOC, upon request. The Act also provides protection from retaliatory employment actions against whistleblowers. It provides litigation authority by the EEOC in the event that an acceptable conciliation agreement cannot be reached. In the case of public employment, the EEOC refers the matters to the United States Attorney General to bring the lawsuit. Protected classes are how federal law conceptualizes protections against discrimination. The understanding of classes continue to evolve either incrementally through the courts or through federal legislation. Societal responses to new issues of discrimination generally start the process. The EEOC protected classes shown on this pictorial view includes the groups from Title VII with additions for veteran status, genetic information, and sexual identity. The Equal Employment Opportunity Commission, EEOC, is the first step in enforcing Title VII for employees wanting to pursue a discrimination claim. The Equal Employment Opportunity Commission Act provides administrative guidance for processing of complaints by the agency, which is depicted in the process flow. Starting at the top center box and moving down, an employee may file one or more discriminatory charges, and the agency does a procedural review and may deny all or part of it within a 30-day window to appeal. If the agency moves forward, the employer is notified of the charge or charges and then has the opportunity to respond, which should be taken seriously and responded to immediately. The employer should in no way interfere with the rights of the employee or employees pursuing the charge. The agency has 180 days from the day of filing to determine reasonable cause of the charge with the basic of three possible outcomes. On the left, option 1 is the EEOC finds reasonable cause. The agency is empowered to sue non-governmental entities, including employers, unions, and employment agencies, in the event that an acceptable conciliation agreement could not be reached within 30 days of notice to the employer. The agency can offer to settle the complaint with all parties, which will be bound if they choose this option, and the claim will be settled. The employee also has the option to ask for a hearing, which transfers the claim to be handled by the EEOC administrative judge. Another option is to request a right to sue letter to pursue a lawsuit in the federal district court within 90 days. The investigation may be extended by another 180 days if new charges are added to the complaint or if new complaints that must be added to the original complaint for investigation. The employee can also agree to an extension of up to 90 days. In the center, option 2, the EEOC does not decide. If more than 180 days has passed since receiving the employee's charge and the agency has not finished its investigation, the employee can wait for the agency to complete its investigation, ask for a hearing, which transfers the claim to be handled by the EEOC administrative judge, or request a right to sue letter to pursue a lawsuit in federal district court within 90 days. On the right, option 3, the EEOC finds no reasonable cause. When the investigation is finished, the agency notifies both parties. Employee is notified of the right to pursue a lawsuit in federal district court within 90 days. Remedies available to the employee who is discriminated against in violation of Title VII includes back pay, compensatory damages, and punitive damages. Title VII sets caps on the amount of compensatory and punitive damages, which vary by the size of the employer. Congress amended Title VII of the Civil Rights Act of 1964 with the Pregnancy Discrimination Act of 1978 to define pregnancy as protected within the definition of sex for the purpose to clarify that discrimination against women on the basis of pregnancy, childbirth, or any related medical condition is an unlawful employment practice. It defines pregnancy as a temporary disability and requires accommodation on the job if it is necessary. It guarantees the employee rights to return to work to the same or similar job with the same pay following her pregnancy disability. In this video, I'll review the foundational United States federal legislation after 1990. These 6 acts shown in the boxes are listed from earliest to most recent. They'll be covered in summary format, indicating who they apply to, the provisions and compliance requirements. The website where the full act can be found is provided. The Americans with Disabilities Act, ADA, of 1990 was first proposed in 1988, and it was backed by thousands of individuals around the country who'd been fighting for rights for their family members, friends, and co-workers to have equal access to community services, jobs, trainings, and promotions. The act was finally signed into law by President George H.W. Bush on July 26, 1990, and became fully effective for all employers with 15 or more workers on July 26, 1992. Prior to this legislation, the only employees who were protected against disability employment discrimination were the ones working for the federal, state, or local government and federal government contractors who were captured by the Rehabilitation Act. This act covers employers with 15 or more workers on the payroll and may not discriminate against a physically or mentally disabled individual in the recruitment, hiring, promotions, training, pay, social activities, or other privileges of employment. Qualified individuals with a disability are to be treated as any other job applicant or employee. If a job accommodation is required for a qualified individual to perform the assigned or essential job functions, the employer is required to provide that accommodation or recommend an alternative that would be equally effective. The interactive process between the employer and the employee should result in an accommodation or an explanation as to why making the accommodation would provide an undue hardship on the employer. Enforced by the Equal Employment Opportunity Commission, it provides guidelines to encourage employers and individuals to work together to determine what are the appropriate and reasonable accommodations rather than the employer alone making that judgment. Job accommodations are situationally dependent adjustments to a job or work environment that makes it possible for an individual with a disability to perform their job duties. The table displayed identifies the key considerations. Disability. Employers are required to consider as disabled anyone with a condition that substantially limits but does not significantly restrict a major life activity, even though the limitation might be reduced or eliminated with medication or other alleviations. The treatment may not be considered when determining the limitations. This qualifies employees who use shoe inserts to correct back problems or who take prescription sleeping pills, or those who are allergic to peanuts or bee stings may now be classified as disabled. However, there may be no request for a job accommodation. Essential functions. An essential function is defined as a portion of a job assignment that cannot be removed from the job without significantly changing the nature of that job. In the job analysis, these are the duties listed first, and when possible, given the percentage of time performed, as it indicates the special qualifications, skills, or abilities to perform that function. Accommodation requests. There must be a request for accommodation from the employee to provide that accommodation before any action is required by the employer. It's perfectly acceptable for an employer to request support and documentation from medical experts to identify the disability. There might even be recommendations for specific accommodations, including those requested by the employee. Reasonable accommodation. The ADA requires covered entities to make reasonable accommodation to develop employment opportunities for qualified persons with disabilities in two areas. Facilities should be accessible to persons with disabilities, and the position requirements may be adjusted to accommodate qualified persons with a disability. The Act identifies the factors to be considered in determining whether an accommodation is an undue hardship by looking at the costs, financial resources of the organization, the size of the organization, and other similar factors. To curtail the impacts of the 1980s staff reduction programs imposed primarily by large employers, Congress took action to prevent such treatment based on age when it passed the law of the Older Workers Benefit Protection Act of 1990. The Act prohibits an employer from using an employee's age as a basis for discrimination in benefits, targeting older workers during staff reductions or downsizing, and requiring older workers to waive their rights without the opportunity for review with a legal advisor. The Act has a mandate for employers to use specific words and safeguards intended to protect older workers to make sure that they are not convinced to sign a waiver without fully understanding it. The employee has 21 days to consider that agreement and consult an attorney. If it's a group termination, 45 days is allowed. Once a waiver is signed, an employee has legally agreed to give up their right to serve a lawsuit on the employer based on age discrimination or any perceived wrongdoing. Employees will have 7 days to revoke this agreement after it's signed. In exchange for signing this waiver, an employer will often provide some sort of benefit to the employee that isn't usually offered, like increased severance pay. The Civil Rights Act of 1991 was passed into law by Congress on November 21, 1991, and was the most complete civil rights legislation since the Civil Rights Act of 1964. It ensued 2 years of debate to prohibit discrimination for job applicants and workers based on race, gender, religion, color, or ethnic characteristics. However, the Act did not apply its rules to businesses with less than 15 employees, nor did it address employment discrimination based on sexual orientation. Following the 1989 Supreme Court ruling that diminished workers' ability to sue employers for discriminatory reasons, the 1991 Act strengthened the 1964 law, particularly in the terms of liability of employers and the burden of proof, and added new legislation. It modified some basic procedural and substantive rights under federal laws in the area of employment discrimination. It offered a trial by jury option in discrimination cases. It also presented the first opportunity to collect emotional distress damages and limited how much juries could pay out. The Civil Rights Act of 1991 was enacted to provide suitable solutions for purposeful discrimination and illegal employment harassment. It categorized the terms job-related and business necessity, which was articulated in the Supreme Court in Griggs v. Duke Power of 1971, a landmark case, and in the decisions before Ward's Cove Packing Company v. Antonio in 1989. These amendments affected Title VII, the Age Discrimination in Employment Act, and the Americans with Disabilities Act. The Civil Rights Act of 1991 placed a limitation on the punitive damage awards by using a sliding scale dependent on the size of the employer organization using payroll headcount. As shown on the table, for employers with more than 500 employees, damages are capped at $500,000. For employers with 201 to 500 employees, damages are capped at $200,000. For employers with 100 to 200 employees, damages are capped at $100,000. For employers with 15 to 100 employees, damages are capped at $50,000. When the EEOC pursues a multi-person claim, the damage caps are applied to each person in the claim. President Bill Clinton signed the Family and Medical Leave Act, FMLA, of 1993, which was created to assist employees in balancing their needs of families with the demands of their jobs. In addition to protecting employees from adverse employment actions and retaliation when they request leave under FMLA, the Act provides 3 benefits for eligible employees covered in organizations: 12 weeks of unpaid leave within a 12-month period, 26 months for military caregiver leave, continuation of health benefits, and reinstatement to the same position or equivalent position at the end of the leave. The Act applies to all public agencies and schools regardless of their size, and private employers with 50 or more employees working within a 75-mile radius. Both employer and employees have eligibility requirements. Employees or the Secretary of Labor can bring enforcement action. This Act is very involved with very specific requirements, so well worth reading more details on how it applies. On September the 25th, 2008, President George W. Bush signed the Americans with Disabilities Act Amendment Act of 2008, which took effect on January the 1st, 2009. According to the language in the amendment, Congress took the action to clarify the intention of the original legislation, which was to make the definition of disability consistent with the way the courts had defined the term under the Rehabilitation Act of 1973. The Act emphasized that the definition of disability should be construed in favor of a broad coverage of individuals to the maximum extent permitted by the terms of the American with Disabilities Act, ADA, and generally should not require extensive analysis. The Act makes important changes to the definitions of the term disability by rejecting the holding in the several Supreme Court decisions and portions of the EEOC's ADA regulations. The effect of these changes is to make it easier for an individual seeking protection under ADA to establish that he or she has a disability within the meaning of the ADA context. The court interpretations under the ADA had narrowed the broad scope of protection originally intended, and the amendment more clearly describes the intent of Congress and its rules of construction. This table shows a summary of the 9 rules into 6 categories. Substantially limits. This rule underscores the Amendments Act expansion of the definition of disability and expansion of persons now covered under the ADA due to the elimination of extensive mitigating measures court case history. Expanded impairments covered. An impairment does not prevent or severely or significantly restrict performance of major life activity to be considered substantially limited. Not every impairment will be a disability, but the list is broader and emphasizes the change that impairments have to permeate work and life activities. Disability determination. Primary focus should be on a person's qualifications for a job needed for reasonable accommodation or whether the discrimination occurred. Extensive analysis should not be required. Individualized assessments. This is still a requirement, but substantially limits is a lower standard than pre-Amendment Act. It is important for employers to realize that although on a case-by-case inquiry an analysis is relaxed, it has not been eliminated, and it is still a mandatory phase of the disability determination and reasonable accommodation analysis. Mitigating measures. Congress directs that except for ordinary glasses or contact lenses, mitigating measures such as medication, prosthetics, hearing aids, mobile devices, and others may not be used to define disability. This clearly underscores that the entire 19-year history of court cases establishing mitigating measures was overturned by the Amendment Act. Episodic remissions and impairments. Many conditions were controlled under the application of mitigating measures. Now, such conditions can be considered as evidence of the presence of a disability. The Lilly-Ledbetter Fair Care Act of 2009 was the first piece of legislation signed by President Barack Obama after he was inaugurated as the 44th President of the United States. It was passed in reaction to the U.S. Supreme Court's decision in the Ledbetter versus Goodyear Tire and Rubber Company in 2007. The law amends the Civil Rights Act of 1964 and states that the clock will reset each time an illegal act of discrimination is experienced by an employee. In Lilly Ledbetter's situation, her pay was less than that of men doing the same job. The old law didn't permit her to succeed her complaint of discrimination because she failed to file 20 years earlier on the first occasion of receiving a check for less than her male counterparts. Under the new law, the 180-day statute of limitations for filing the equal pay lawsuit regarding pay discrimination resets each new paycheck affected by that discriminatory action. It would be wise for employers to be proactive and identify and correct any potential discriminatory pay practices. In this video, I'll review the foundational key legislation that impacts employment. These 4 acts shown in the boxes are listed from earliest to most recent. They'll be covered in summary format, indicating who they apply to, the provisions, and the compliance requirements. The website where the full act can be found is provided. The National Labor Relations Act, NLRA, of 1935, or the Wagner Act, was passed as part of the President Franklin Roosevelt's New Deal and is touted as the granddaddy of all labor relations laws in the United States. At the time, it was referred to as the Labor's Bill of Rights and represented a landmark change in the government's attitude towards unions. The act allowed for employees to organize, bargain collectively, and engage in concerted activities for the purpose of collective bargaining or other mutual aid or protection. The right to engage in concerted activities applies not only to union employees, but to non-union employees as well. The act went on to identify 5 unfair employer labor practices and created the National Labor Relations Board, NLRB, to enforce provisions on the Act. The NLRB is also charged with conducting elections and preventing and remedying unfair labor practices. The NLRB doesn't investigate actions on its own. It responds to charges on unfair labor practices or petitions for representation elections filed in one of its offices. The National Labor Relations Act, NLRA, is sometimes called the Wagner Act, after its writer, Democratic Senator Robert F. Wagner. Some key provisions are mapped to the 4 sections shown in the table. Section 7 writes, "This applies to all employees, and it gives them the right to organize, join unions, and engage in the collective bargaining and other concerted activities when they meet the protection standards." Social media posting is just one of the things employers may not realize are covered by the Act. Many companies have rules that ban employees from discussing their salaries, and the NLRB has held that employees have a right to discuss their pay and work conditions, so enforcing a no discussion policy could violate Section 7. Likewise, forbidding employees from discussing disciplinary actions the company takes against them could be a breach of their Section 7 rights. Section 8. It prohibits employers and unions from interfering with, restraining, or coercing employees in exercising their Section 7 rights. Section 8A2. Prior to the passage of the Wagner Act, many companies established company unions for the benefit and support of their employees. These company unions, however, were run by management and did not serve as an effective bargaining representation for the employees. To eliminate the situation, the Wagner Act declared that company-dominated unions were illegal. Section 9. This governs the election process, including bargaining topics, determination of bargaining units, and the NLRB's petition and hearings, and the election process. The Fair Labor Standards Act, FLSA, of 1938 is commonly referred to as the Wage and Hour Law and establishes the foundation for employee treatment. It is a major influence in how individuals are paid, the employment of young workers, and how employment records are to be kept on issues of work hours. The law introduces a maximum 44-hour, 7-day work week and establishes a national minimum wage guaranteed time and a half for overtime in certain jobs, and it prohibits employment of minors in oppressive child labor, a term that is defined in the statute. It applies to all employees engaged in interstate commerce or employed by businesses engaged in commerce or in the production of goods and commerce, unless the employer can claim an exemption from the coverage. This act was the first federal law to require employers to maintain records on employee race and sex identification. This is an extensive law and should be reviewed and understood by HR professionals. When hiring a workforce, it's important for business owners to understand the various options of workers and the tax implications. 2 major categories are independent contractors who bill for their work and receive 1099 tax statements, and employees who are paid on the payroll and receive W-2 tax statements. An employee is a worker hired by a company to perform specific duties in exchange for payment, typically in the form of hourly or monthly wages. They can be further categorized as exempt and non-exempt from FLSA regulations under DOL. Independent contractors can be an individual or company providing labor to the business under terms specified in a contract. They generally have control over their schedule and are expected to work as needed. Independent contractors are not covered by FLSA. The Fair Labor Standards Act, FLSA, covers all employees except those identified in the law as exempt from the regulations. The termination of exempt status is often misunderstood by both employers and employees. Employers often think that they will save money by designating jobs as exempt and paying employees a salary. Employees often see the designation of a job as exempt as a measure of status within the company. Neither of these perceptions are accurate, and jobs that do not meet the legal exemption requirements can have costly consequences for employers. To assist employers in properly classifying positions, the DOL regulations include exemption status tests, which is depicted in the process flow shown to determine whether a job meets the requirements and is therefore exempt from FSLA regulations. If the box can be answered yes, the employee is exempt and not covered by FLSA. If the box can be answered no, the employee is considered non-exempt and will be covered by FLSA. The non-exempt employees must be paid in accordance with FLSA requirements. Certain positions may be exempt from one or all of the FLSA requirements, minimum wage, overtime, or child labor. For example, police officers and firefighters employed by small departments of fewer than 5 employees are exempt from overtime requirements, but not exempt from the minimum wage requirement. On the other hand, newspaper delivery jobs are exempt from the minimum wage, overtime, and child labor requirements. FLSA requires the maintenance of accurate records by all employers. The information that must be maintained includes personal and biographical information, employment, which is assignment data, labor details. In general, the positive time method is the best for non-exempt employees because it leaves no doubt as to the actual hours worked by the employee and protects both the employee and the employer if there's ever a question about overtime payments due. DOL regulations will also accept exception reporting, which is typically used for exempt employees. And then payment details. FLSA requires employers to keep records of wages, hours, and other related items. These records are usually maintained by the payroll department and must be preserved for at least 3 years. Overtime is required at the rate of 1.5 times the normal rate of pay for all hours worked over 40 hours in a single work week. Regular rate of pay includes all performance-related compensation such as bonuses and commissions. Hours worked includes all the hours the employer suffered the employee. An employer may designate that their work week begins on a given day and hour and continues that same day and hour 7 days later. Once selected, that same work week definition must be maintained consistently until there's a legitimate business reason for making a change. A change must be clearly communicated in advance to all employees who will be affected by the change. An employee should not forfeit pay because the employer changes its workweek definition. Compensating time is permitted under FLSA if it is given at the same rates required for overtime pay. The federal child labor provisions of the FLSA, also known as the child labor laws, were enacted to ensure that when young people work, the work is safe and does not jeopardize their health, well-being, or educational opportunities. These provisions also provide limited exceptions, which are outlined in the table by age group. Children of any age may work for a business owned entirely by their parents unless they would be employed in mining, manufacturing, or other hazardous occupations. Children 16 years of age and up may work for an unlimited number of hours. Children 14 and 15 years of age are restricted to jobs such as newspaper delivery to local customers, babysitting on a casual basis, acting in movies, TV, radio, or theater, working as a home worker, gathering evergreens and making evergreen wreaths. Under no circumstances, even if the business is family-owned, may a person this young work in hazardous jobs. The work hours must be outside of school hours and have restrictions. There are no restrictions for a youth 18 years of age or older. The Portal to Pay Act of 1947 amended the Fair Labor Standards Act to define hours worked and clarified what was considered to be compensable work time and established that employers are not required to pay for employees to commute. One exception to this general rule is when an employee's workday has ended and they are called back to work and have to travel an unusually long distance to get to a work site after normal working hours. That travel time may be counted as hours worked. The Act requires employers to pay non-exempt employees who perform regular work duties before or after regular hours or for working during their lunch period. The Act and its regulations provide some helpful guidance regarding when an employer must count travel time as hours worked for wage payment and overtime purposes. Employers, especially those whose employees are frequently on the move, are wise to understand the obligations to employees who travel. Under the Portal to Pay Act, employers do not have to pay a non-exempt employee for hours spent when traveling when those hours occur outside of the employee's normal work days and normal work hours, and the employee does not work during those hours. Unless both of these conditions are met, the employee must be paid for those hours. In the example shown, the non-exempt employee's normal work hours are 9 a.m. to 5 p.m. Monday through Friday, and the employee is going on a weekend work trip. On Friday, the employee would be paid 5 hours because the trip commenced during the normal workday and work hours, and payment must be until conclusion. On Saturday, the employee is paid for 12 hours because the employee worked the entire day. On Sunday, the employee is traveling back, leaving at 7 a.m., but the hours start calculating during what would have been the regular work hours until the trip concludes for 4 hours of the 6 hours of travel time. However, if the employee was driving, the entire time would be paid for 6 hours of paid time. The Immigration and Nationality Act INA of 1952 is the first law that pulled together all the issues associated with immigration and is considered the foundation on which all following immigration laws have been built. It addresses employment eligibility and employment verification and defines the conditions for the temporary and permanent employment of aliens in the United States. The Act defines an alien as a person lacking citizenship or status as a national of the United States and differentiates with 3 categories: resident or non-resident, immigrant or non-immigrant, documented and undocumented. The need to curtail illegal immigration led to the enactment of the Immigration Reform and Control Act, HRCI. In this video, I will recap the key legislation that impacts employment. These 5 acts shown in the boxes are listed from earliest to most recent. They'll be covered in the summary format, indicating who they apply to, the provisions and compliance requirements. The website where the full act can be found is provided. Signed into law by President Richard M. Nixon on December 29, 1970, the Occupational Safety and Health Act created an administrative agency within the United States Department of Labor called the Occupational Safety and Health Administration, or OSHA. It created the National Institute of Occupational Safety and Health, NIOSH, which resides in the Centers for Disease and Control, CDC. According to the Occupational Safety and Health Act of 1970, it is responsible for each employer to provide a place of employment that is free from recognized hazards that are causing or likely to cause the death or serious physical harm to employees. The Act covers all employers and employees except self-employed persons, family farms where only family members work, workplaces already protected by other federal statutes, state and local government employers and employees to implement improved safety and health programs. The basic purposes of the Act are to reduce hazards in the workplace and to encourage employers and employees to implement improved safety and health programs. OSHA also requires employers to maintain reporting and record-keeping systems that monitor job-related injuries and illnesses. Regulations implementing this legislation have grown over time, and they are complex and detailed, so it's important that HR professionals understand the basics and how to obtain additional detailed information that applies to their particular employer and circumstance. Overall, the law holds employers accountable for providing a safe and healthy working environment. Posters are available for download from the OSHA website without charge. The law applies to all employers regardless of the employee population size. OSHA requires employers to provide a workplace that is safe and healthy for employees, but they also must comply with established standards. The employer's responsibility can be categorized into two buckets shown in the left column and the center column. The left column is keep employees informed, and the middle column, keep employees safe. Employers have some rights as well, including the right to seek advice and consultation from OSHA and to be active in the industry activities involving health and safety issues. Employers may participate in the OSHA Standard Advisory Committee process in writing or giving testimony at hearings. Finally, employers may contact NIOSH for information about substances used in work processes to determine whether they are toxic. At times, employers may be unable to comply with OSHA standards because of the nature of specific operations. When this happens, they may apply to OSHA for temporary or permanent waivers to the standards, along with proof that the protections developed by the organization meet or exceed those of OSHA standards. When OSHA was passed in 1970, employees were granted the basic right to a workplace with safe and healthy working conditions. The Act intended to encourage employers and employees to collaborate in reducing workplace hazards. Employees have the responsibility to comply with all OSHA standards and with safety and health procedures implemented by their employees. OSHA provides a general duty standard as shown here on the left. It requires employers to provide jobs and a workplace environment that are free from recognized safety and health hazards that could potentially cause death or serious physical harm. This standard also requires employers to comply with all OSHA rules and regulations and standards. Whenever possible, the Act encouraged OSHA to use previously existing federal standards or industry standards that already had substantial agreement in the industry. The resulting standards range from those that are job and industry specific to those that comply to businesses in many different industries. The more common standards are shown with the OSHA title and the number assigned to it in the Code of Federal Regulations for easy reference. While every attempt is made to keep employees safe, on occasion, an incident will occur, and OSHA requires employers to report incidents resulting in specific medical treatment within a specified time to be compliant. Starting with the top left corner, we can drill straight down the red path for the emergency route. A worker has been fatally injured and it needs to be reported to OSHA within 8 hours. If the incident wasn't fatal, we can follow the options across the top row and realize that the reporting requirement is then only 24 hours. If the incident is not one of these major items, we end up to the far right with no reporting requirement. OSHA regulations require that records be kept for many purposes. It's necessary to conduct and document inspections for the workplace, looking for safety and health hazards. It is necessary to document and make available to employees about hazardous materials and how they must be handled properly. Here are 3 main OSHA reports. Injury and Reporting Illness Report. It must include a record of each incident resulting in medical treatment other than first aid, loss of consciousness, restriction of work or movement, or transfer or termination of employment. Log or work-related injuries and illness. At the time there is a serious or fatal illness, a full incident report must be prepared by the employer and maintained in the safety file. These records must be maintained for a minimum of 5 years from the date of the incident. Summary of work-related injuries and illnesses. Employers with 10 or more people on the payroll must summarize all injury and illness instances and post that summary in a conspicuous place within the workplace. The report must remain posted from February the 1st to April 30th each year. Certain employers are exempt from some OSHA record-keeping requirements, and they are generally classified by industry standard classification, SIC code. Employers in the medical industry, construction industry, or manufacturing industry, or those under nuclear materials of any kind, have other requirements that must be met. Employees of financial services companies, banks, credit unions, stock brokerages, and investment firms have been the headlines during the recent years. They uncovered and disclosed misbehaving among other employees and were protected under the whistleblower provision of various laws. OSHA's Whistleblower Protection Program enforces the whistleblower provisions of more than 20 whistleblower statutes protecting employees from retaliation for reporting. Whistleblowers are protected from disciplinary action, termination, or other penalties. The Department of Labor is ultimately responsible for the enforcement. The Employment Retirement Income Security Act, ERISA, of 1974 was created by Congress to set standards for private pension and some group welfare programs such as medical and life insurance. ERISA regulates both pension and administration of employee welfare plans. Under this act, welfare benefit plans include any plan, fund, or program maintained by an employer for the purpose of providing any of the following: plan participants and their beneficiaries, medical, surgical, or hospital care, reimbursement in the event of accidents, disability, and or death, vacation and sick leave, unemployment benefits such as severance pay, apprenticeship and training programs, daycare, scholarship funds, prepaid legal services. For purposes of ERISA, a fiduciary is a person, corporation, or legal entity that holds property or assets on behalf or in trust for the pension fund. ERISA requires fiduciaries to operate pension funds in the best interest of the participants and their beneficiaries at the lowest possible cost to them. All actions taken with regard to the plan assets must be in accordance with the prudent person standard of common care, a common law concept that requires all actions taken with regard to the plan assets must be in accordance with the prudent person standard of care, a common law concept that requires all actions to be undertaken with the care, skill, prudence, and diligence that a prudent man acting in the like capacity would use. As defined by ERISA itself, fiduciaries may be held personally liable for losses to the plan resulting from any breach of fiduciary responsibility that they commit and may be required to make restitution for the losses and be subject to legal action. ERISA specifically prohibits transactions between the pension plans and parties in interest. ERISA sets the minimum standards for most voluntary established retirement and health plans in the private industry to provide protection for individuals. Under employee participation in the retirement plan, employees are required to complete 1 year of service or reach the age of 21, whichever is later. The plan will provide for 100% vesting after 2 years of service and then requires 2 years of service, or age 21, whichever is later. Employees may not be excluded on the basis of reaching a specific age. Participation must begin no later than the first day of the plan year after meeting requirements or 6 months after requirements are met, whichever is earlier. These are the minimum requirements. For the vesting schedules for cliff ungraded schedules, employees are always 100% vested in their own contributions. ETRA sets vesting schedules for the employer contributions. ERISA also provides for employer minimum standards, which falls into 3 categories. The benefit accrual is determined by the amount of entitlement for an accrued benefit. The plan must account for employee and employer contributions separately. Employees are entitled to all of their contributions upon separation. The form and payment of the benefit. Upon retirement age or leaving the company, and provide guidance for quadros. Form and payment of benefits. Employees can be paid out upon retirement age, leaving the company, and then dependent on the guidance for quadros. Alternate payees must be a spouse, former spouse, child or dependent, or a plan participant. Funding requirements. This is determined by an enrolled actuary. It precludes the employer from commingling funds with the business operating funds. Deposit must be made on a quarterly basis. The final contribution should be no later than 8.5 months after the end of the plan year. This table shows the distribution of required ERISA reports to the various stakeholders. A summary plan description provides plan participants with information about provisions, policies, and rules established by the plan and advises them on actions they can take in utilizing the plan. Annual report. ERISA requires annual reports to be filed for all employee benefit plans. The reports must include financial statements, the number of employees in the plan, and the names and addresses of plan fiduciaries. Participants may request a report of the total benefits accrued on their behalf along with the amount of the benefit that is non-forfeitable. If there is no non-forfeitable amount accrued at the time of the report requested, the earliest date that benefits will become non-forfeitable must be provided. Participants are entitled to receive a report no more than once per calendar year. The Uniform Guidelines on Employee Selection Procedures of 1978, or the Uniform Guidelines, are used by the EEOC, the Department of Labor, Office of the Federal Contract Compliance Program, the Department of Justice, and the United States Office of Personnel Management. These guidelines attempt to explain how an employer should deal with hiring, retention, promotion, transfer, demotion, dismissal, and referral. Under the Uniform Guidelines, if sued, employers can choose one of 2 routes to prove they are not illegally discriminating against employees: no disparate or adverse impact, and job-related validity. The Equal Employment Opportunity Commission, EEOC, defines the 4/5 rule as a selection rate for any race, sex, or ethnic group which is less than 4/5 of the rate for the group with the highest rate will generally be regarded by the federal enforcement agencies as evidence of adverse impact. When adverse impact exists, employers are expected to either show that the selection process is valid, related to job performance, or stop using it and find an alternative process that has a less discriminatory impact. The purpose of the Immigration Reform and Control Act, IRCA, of 1986 is to reduce the number of illegal immigrants coming into the United States for employment. The act prohibits employers from hiring illegal immigrants and is the first law to require new employees to prove their identity and their right to work in the United States. Regulations implementing this law created Form I-9, which must be completed by each new employee and the employer. The law prohibits discrimination against job applicants on the basis of national origin or citizenship. It establishes penalties for employers who hire illegal aliens. The Worker Adjustment Retraining Notification Act, WARN, of 1988 requires companies to give 60 days advance notice of plant closings or layoffs that affect a large number of workers. This notice must be provided to affected workers or their union representatives and to state and local authorities. This law helps workers who are scheduled to lose their jobs know in advance about the pending layoffs so they can begin making alternative plans. Employers with 100 or more employees are generally covered by WARN. Employees who have worked fewer than 6 months of the previous 12 and employees who have averaged less than 20 hours per week are not included in this count, nor are they counted in determining the number involved in the layoff. Private employers, both for-profit and non-profit, are covered, as are some of the commercial public entities. Federal, state, and local governments are not covered. An employer who violates the WARN provisions by failing to provide appropriate notice to a plant closing or a mass layoff must pay each affected employee back pay and benefits for the period of the violation up to 60 days. The employer's liability may be reduced by wages during the period of the violation and other payments made to the employee. An employer who fails to provide notice as required to the local government is subject to a civil penalty not to exceed $500 for each violation. The penalty may be avoided if the employer satisfies the liability to each employee within 3 weeks after the closing or layoff is ordered by the employer. In this video, I'll share how the United States employment legislation protects employment privacy. These 6 acts shown in the boxes are listed from earliest to most recent. They'll be covered in summary format, indicating who they apply to, the provisions and compliance requirements. The website where the full act can be found is provided. The Social Security Administration, SSA, of 1935 was signed into law by President Franklin D. Roosevelt in 1935 and created Social Security, a federal safety net for elderly, unemployed, and disadvantaged Americans. The main stipulation of the original Social Security Act was to pay financial benefit to retirees over the age of 65 based on lifetime payroll tax contributions. The Act also established the Social Security Board, which later became the Social Security Administration, to structure the Social Security Act and figure out the logistics in implementing it. It is an independent agency of the United States federal government that administers the Social Security Program, a social insurance program consisting of retirement, disability, and survivors' benefits. Tens of millions of people in the United States have received financial assistance through the Social Security Act since its inception. Still, the program was wrought with challenges from the start and has been politically a hot topic for years. Its existence has been threatened constantly. The Social Security Administration administers the Retirement, Survivors, and Disability Social Insurance Program, RSDI. It is a federally funded program designed to ensure the continuation of income to those who are disabled, have reached retirement age, or are surviving dependents of those who qualified for Social Security, or are the surviving dependents of those who qualified for social disability insurance. The program is the largest income continuation of its sort in the United States. Retirement income. Retirees qualify for full RSDI when they reach full retirement age if they're insured under the SSDI, generally if they have worked 10 years or more in the United States. Full retirement age is 65 years old for anyone born before 1960 and 67 years old for anyone born since 1960. Partial benefits may be obtained by covered retirees beginning at age 62. Survivor benefits. Survivors include widows, widowers, and dependent children of deceased persons who were covered by Social Security disability insurance. In some cases, it is also available to grandchildren, stepchildren, adopted children, adult disabled dependents, and dependent parents. Widows or widowers are entitled to RSDI benefits if they're over 60 years old. They may qualify at a younger age if they're disabled according to Social Security disability standards. A widow or widower also qualifies if they're the primary caretaker for the deceased's children under 16 years old. Dependent children typically qualify for RSDI if their parents were covered by Social Security disability insurance until they're 18 years old. Children still in high school qualify until they're 19 years old. Disability benefits. Those who are completely disabled according to the Social Security disability standards also qualify for RSDI. To qualify based on disability, you need to show that you are completely incapable of performing any work for which you are qualified due to a physical or mental handicap. Medicare is the United States government's health insurance program for people age 65 or older. Some people under age 65 can qualify for Medicare. They include those with disabilities, permanent kidney failure, or amyotrophic lateral sclerosis. Medicare helps with the cost of health care. It does not cover all medical expenses or the cost of most long-term care. The program has 4 parts, which is shown on the table. Part A is hospital insurance. Part B helps to pay for medical services that Part A does not cover. Part C is called Medicare Advantage. If you have Part A and Part B, you can use this option to receive all of your health care through a provider organization like an HMO. Part D is prescription drug coverage. It helps pay for some of the medicines. The administration for Medicare program is the responsibility of the Centers for Medicare and Medicaid Services, but Social Security Administration offices are used for determining initial eligibility for some processing of premium payments and for limited public contact information. The Federal Wage Garnishment Law is found in Title III of the Consumer Credit Protection Act, CCPA of 1968, and applies to all employers and employees. Employers are required to withhold funds from an employee's paycheck and send the money to an entity designated in the court order or levy document. Title III of CCPA protects employees in 3 ways. Prohibits employers from terminating employees whose wages are garnished for any one debt, even if the employer receives multiple garnishment orders for the same debt. It sets limits on the amount that can be garnished in any one single week. Currently, the weekly amount may not exceed the lesser of 2 figures. 25% of the employee's disposable earnings, or the amount by which an employee's disposable earnings are greater than 30 times the federal minimum wage, currently $7.25. Earnings that may be garnished includes wages, salaries, bonuses, and commissions. Other income from pensions or employer-paid disability may be subject to garnishment as well. The law does not protect employees from termination if the employer receives garnishments for more than one debt. The Fair Credit Reporting Act, FCRA, of 1970 was the first major legislation to regulate the collection, dissemination, and use of consumer information, including consumer credit information. It requires employers to notify any individual in writing if a credit report may be used in making an employment decision. Employers must also get a written authorization from the individual before asking a credit bureau for a credit report. The Act also protects the privacy of background investigation information and provides methods for ensuring that the information is accurate. Employers who take adverse action against a job applicant or current employee based on information contained in the prospective or current employee's consumer report will have additional disclosures to make to that individual. Congress enacted the Uniformed Services Employment and Reemployment Rights Act, USERA, in 1994 to protect the rights of reservists called to active duty in the armed forces. The Act provides reemployment benefits rights and is administered through the Veterans Employment Training Services, VETS, of the Department of Labor. USERA applies to all public and private employers in the United States, including the federal government. The DOL issued revised rules for employers that became effective on June 18, 2006, that clarifies some of the requirements previously issued. The law applies to virtually all employees, and there's no minimum number of employees or other limiting thresholds. USERA provides that returning service members are reemployed in the job that they would have attained had they not been absent from military service. That is a long-standing escalator principle, with the same seniority, status, and pay, as well as the rights and benefits determined by the seniority. USERA also requires that reasonable efforts, such as training or retraining, be made to enable returning service members to refresh or update their skills to help them qualify for reemployment. The law clearly provides for alternative reemployment positions if the service member cannot qualify for the escalator promotion. USERA also provides that while an employee is performing military service, he or she is deemed to be furloughed or leave of absence and is entitled to the non-seniority rights accorded other individuals on military leaves of absence. USERA provides protection for disabled workers, requiring employers to make reasonable efforts to accommodate the disability. Service members convalescent from injuries received during the service or training may have up to 2 years from the date of employment of service to return to their jobs or apply for reemployment. The Dodd-Frank Wall Street Reform and Consumer Protection Act, commonly referred to as Dodd-Frank, was a response to the 2008 global financial crisis and intended to prevent a similar instance. The Act brought the most significant changes to the financial regulation since the regulatory reform that came following the Great Recession. It made changes in the financial regulatory environment affecting all federal financial regulatory agencies and almost every part of the financial services industry. Since the 1980s, banks and other financial institutions have paid notoriously high salaries to their executives, sales individuals, and other high-level employees. Following the financial crises, compensation arrangements in the financial sector have come under increased scrutiny. Dodd-Frank addresses this issue of pay and incentives most clearly in two distinct areas of the Act: the proposed rules governing bonuses and the pay ratio disclosures requirements. For global payroll and stakeholders at financial institutions and publicly traded companies, these provisions are critical to understand. If any adverse action is taken against an applicant or an employee, either in part or whole because of information contained in a consumer report, additional notification requirements include the individual's credit score that's used, the range of credit scores possible under the credit scoring model used, each factor that adversely affected the credit score, date score was created, name of the reporting agency, or the person who furnished the credit score. The Patient Protection and Affordable Act of 2010, also Affordable Care Act, or colloquially known as Obamacare, is a United States federal statute that was signed into law by President Barack Obama on March 23, 2010. Together with the Healthcare and Education Reconciliation Act of 2010 amendment, it represents the United States healthcare system's most significant regulatory overhaul and expansion of coverage since the passage of Medicare and Medicaid in 1965. The act required all citizens and legal residents of the United States, adults and children, to maintain health insurance coverage. If they're not included in the employer's health care plan, they're expected to purchase it on their own. Those who do not purchase coverage pay a penalty. The Act's major provisions came into force in 2014. By 2016, the uninsured share of the population was roughly cut in half, with estimates ranging from 20 to 24 million additional people covered. The law also enacted a host of delivery system reforms intended to constrain healthcare costs and improve quality. After the law went into effect, increases in overall healthcare spending slowed, including premiums for employer-based insurance plans. This provision was repealed by the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act of 2017, but the individual mandate will stay in effect until 2019. The law sets certain standards that all insurers must meet and mandates that all health plans offer to those who buy health insurance on their own or in small groups included a set of essential health benefits. These are noted in the left column. Preventative care in the center column must also be included, and the right column indicates what the coverage mandates. In this video, I'll address the key legislation that applies to the federal government, its agencies, and in some instances, contractors. These 9 acts shown in the boxes are listed from earliest to most recent. They'll be covered in summary format indicating who they apply to, the provisions and compliance requirements. The websites where the full act can be found will be provided where applicable. The Office of Workers' Compensation Programs administers 4 major disability compensation programs, which provides wage replacement benefits, medical treatment, vocational rehabilitation, and other benefits to certain workers or their dependents who experience work-related injuries or occupational disease. Federal Employees Compensation Act of 1916. The Federal Employees Compensation Act provides workers' compensation coverage to approximately 2.6 million federal and postal workers around the world for employment-related injuries and occupational diseases. The Division of Federal Employees Compensation has responsibility for administering the Act through its 12 district offices and national office. Longshore and Harbor Workers' Compensation Act of 1927. The mission of the Act is to minimize the impact of land-based marine employment injuries and deaths on injured employees and their families by ensuring that workers' compensation benefits are provided promptly and properly under the laws that apply. Benefits paid under the Act and its extensions total $1.1 billion in calendar year 2018. The role of the Act is to provide technical assistance, dispute resolution services, and oversee benefits delivery by the self-insured employers and insurance carriers it authorizes and regulates. Black Lung Benefits Act of 1969. The Division of Coal Mine Workers' Compensation, or Federal Black Lung Program, administers claims filed under the Black Lung Benefits Act. The Act provides compensation to coal miners who are totally disabled by pneumoconiosis arising out of coal mine employment and to survivors of coal miners whose deaths are attributable to the disease. The Act also provides eligible miners with medical coverage for the treatment of lung diseases that are related. Energy Employees Occupational Illness Compensation Program Act of 2000. The Act compensates Current or former employees or their survivors of the Department of Energy, its predecessor agencies, and certain vendors, contractors, and subcontractors who were diagnosed with a radiogenic cancer, diseases as a result of exposure to radiation, beryllium, or silica while employed at covered facilities. The Rehabilitation Act of 1973 prohibits discrimination on the basis of disability in programs conducted by federal agencies, in programs receiving federal financial assistance, in federal employment, and in employment practices of federal contractors. The standards for determining employment discrimination under the Act are the same as those used in Title I of ADA. It protects qualified individuals with disabilities. An individual with a disability is a person who has a physical or mental impairment that substantially limits one or more of life's major activities, has a record of such impairment, or is regarded as having such an impairment. Qualified means the person satisfies the job-related requirements of the position he or she holds or is applying for and can perform its essential functions with or without reasonable accommodation. This replaced the Vocational Rehabilitation Act and created support for states to create vocational rehabilitation programs. The original term used in the legislation was handicapped. The law was later modified to replace that term with disabled. The Privacy Act of 1974 was passed to protect the privacy of individuals employed in government agencies or by government contractors. This act prohibits an agency from disclosing records about individuals. While the Privacy Act restricts what government agencies can release, the Freedom of Information Act requires government agencies to provide information about the agency, how it's organized, and what it does, and allows individuals, employers, and unions to request copies of the government's documents. However, the Freedom of Information Act specifically exempts disclosure of personal information that could constitute an unwarranted invasion of personal privacy, such as performance evaluation and medical reports. Under the Privacy Act of 1974, a Privacy Protection Study Commission was established to examine the need for further legal protection of employee privacy. The Commission conducted extensive hearings on the problems of employee privacy and submitted a massive report. It recognized a fine line between protecting employees from unwanted invasions of privacy and the employer's interest in being able to make informed decisions. As a result of its hearings, the Commission established 3 general policy goals: to minimize intrusiveness, to maximize fairness, and to create legitimate expectation of confidentiality. The Civil Service Reform Act of 1978 reformed the civil service of the United States federal government, partly in response to the Watergate scandal. The act abolished the U.S. Civil Service Commission and distributed its functions primarily among 3 new agencies to take its place. The Office of Personnel Management, OPM. This is the executive branch's Human Resources Department. It handles all HR issues for agencies reporting to the U.S. President. The Merit System Protection Board, MSPB. This part of the law prohibits consideration of marital status, political activity, or political affiliation in dealing with federal civilian employees. It also created the Office of Special Counsel, which accepts employee complaints and investigates and resolves them. The Federal Labor Relations Authority, FLRA. This is the agency that enforces federal civilian employee rights to inform unions and bargain with their agencies. It establishes standards of behavior for union officers, and these standards are enforced by the Office of Labor Management Standards in the U.S. Department of Labor. Federal employees are protected by the Whistleblower Protection Act of 1989 if they disclose information that they reasonably believe is evidence of a violation of any law, rule, or regulation or gross mismanagement a gross waste of funds, an abuse of authority, or a substantial and significant danger to public health or safety. Whistleblower laws usually apply to public sector employees and employees of organizations contracting with the federal or state governments. Construction projects not being built to specification can result in whistleblowing by government employees. The Act allows for federal employees who believe they have been subjected to reprisal because of their protected disclosures to seek protection and will be made whole by remedies available under the new law. The Congressional Accountability Act of 1995. The Congressional Accountability Act of 1995 is the first piece of legislation passed by the 104th United States Congress. It applied several civil rights, labor, and workplace safety and health laws to the United States Congress and its associated agencies, requiring them to follow many of the same employment and workplace safety laws applied to businesses and the federal government. Previously, agencies in the legislative branch had been exempt from these laws. The Act also established a dispute resolution procedure as an alternative to filing claims in federal court. The Act is administered and enforced by the United States Congress Office of Compliance. The law requires Congress and its affiliated agencies to abide by 12 specific laws that already apply to other employers in and out of the government. This table shows the legislation organized by the number of employees each agency will be required to have for the law to take effect. The Act extends the rights to an additional 30,000 employees in the legislative branch. In this video, we will address key executive orders. These 7 executive orders shown in the boxes are listed from the earliest to the most recent. An executive order is a directive issued by the President of the United States that manages the operations of the federal government. It has the full force and effect of the law enacted by the legislature, except where it is contradicted by another duly passed federal law. Therefore, a president can issue an executive order to bypass Congress's bureaucracy and advance policy objectives without having to go through the legislative process. It is signed by the president, approved by the Office of Management and Budget and the Attorney General, and is recorded in the Federal Register. Executive Order 11246, commonly known as Order Number 4, prohibits employment discrimination by federal contractors and subcontractors and requires affirmative action plans. It requires contractors to take affirmative action to ensure that applicants are employed and that employees are treated fairly during employment without regard to their race, color, religion, sex, or national origin. All employers who have contracts or subcontracts to provide goods or services to federal departments or to agencies of the executive branch are subject to this requirement if their contracts exceed or are likely to exceed $10,000 per year. Banks and other financial institutions that are depositories of federal funds are also subject to this order. In 1965, President Lyndon B. Johnson recognized that employers were not implementing the equal employment opportunity provided by the Civil Rights Act of 1964, so his administration created affirmative action requirements to force the portion of employer community engaged in all federal contracting to implement the new law. Affirmative action is a process by which employers identify a historical imbalance in their workforce. They make the efforts to increase the presence of women, minority, covered veterans, and disabled individuals in the workplace, and then take positive steps to correct their underutilization. These executive orders amend Executive Order 11246, which addresses discrimination on the basis of race, color, religion, or national origin. Executive Order 11375 of 1967. This executive order was signed by President Lyndon B. Johnson on October 13, 1967. It now bans discrimination on the basis of sex in hiring and employment in both the United States federal workforce and on the part of government contractors. The order provided that the Civil Service Commission, CSC, would be able to hear complaints of sexual-based discrimination from employees of the federal government 1 month after the order was issued. 1 year after its issuance, it authorized the Bureau of Labor to investigate and address similar complaints from those employed by government contractors. Unlike the Equal Pay Act of 1963, it applied to those working in administrative, executive, and professional positions. And unlike the Civil Rights Act, Title VII of 1964, it did not exclude teaching professionals. Executive Order 12138 of 1979. The National Women's Business Enterprise Policy was created by then President Carter's ratification of Executive Order 12138. Essentially, the policy made some significant changes in the previous Small Business Act to enable a variety of means through which there would be development, growth, and expansion of women-owned businesses and entrepreneurial efforts. This group, the National Women's Business Council, NWBC, advises Congress, the President, and the United States Small Business Administration on matters considered to be of economic and programmatic significance to female business owners. The current makeup of the group was shifted by the passage of the Small Business Reauthorization Act in 1994, and it includes representation from both female small business owners and large women's business organizations. Executive Order 13279 of 2002. This order was signed into law on December 12, 2002 by President Barack Obama in order to promote compliance with constitutional and other applicable legal principles and to strengthen the capacity of faith-based and other neighborhood organizations to deliver services effectively to those in need. In November 2010, the executive order was amended by Executive Order 13559 to clarify its principles and add certain protections for beneficiaries of federal social service programs. The United States government provides equal opportunity in federal employment and prohibits discrimination in employment because of race, color, religion, sex, national origin, handicap, or age, and continues to promote affirmative action programs in each executive department and agency. Executive Order 11478 of 1969. This order was signed by President Richard M. Nixon on August 8, 1969, to prohibit discrimination in the competitive service of the federal civilian workforce on certain grounds. This order was later amended to cover individuals with handicaps and people over age 40 as protected classes. Executive Order 13087 of 1998. This order was signed by President Bill Clinton on May 28, 1998, to expand coverage to include sexual orientation. The order also applies to employees of the government of the District of Columbia and the United States Postal Service. However, it does not apply to positions and agencies in the accepted service, such as the Central Intelligence Agency, CIA, National Security Agency, NSA, and the Federal Bureau of Investigations, FBI. Amidst controversy of signing of this order, the Equal Opportunity Commission clarified that Executive Order 13087 did not create any new rights. However, it did set the stage for positive and constructive action by all units of federal government to make certain that the workplace is free from harassment of discrimination. Executive Order 13152 of 2000. This executive order is a further amendment to Executive Order 11478 and was signed by President Bill Clinton on May 2, 2000. It was ordered to provide for a uniform policy for the federal government to prohibit discrimination based on an individual's status as a parent. In this video, I'll share other important legislation that is used frequently in the workplace. These 5 acts shown in the boxes are listed from earliest to most recent. They'll be covered in summary format, indicating who they apply to, the provisions, and compliance requirements. The website where the full act can be found is provided. The Consolidated Omnibus Budget Reconciliation Act, COBRA, of 1986 requires employers with 20 or more employees offering health insurance with group health insurance programs to offer terminated employees the opportunity to continue their health program coverage after they're no longer on the payroll or no longer qualify for benefit coverage because of a change in employment status, for example, reduction in hours. The cost must be at group rates, and the employer can add a small administrative charge of up to 2%. Many employers outsource these programs to handle the billing and provide the collection services. The duration of coverage is dependent on some variables, so it may be different from one person to the other. This act was amended in 1989 and 1986. Over a year in the making, on May 26, 2004, the Department of Labor, DOL, finalized the proposed COBRA regulations that contain dramatic changes to the COBRA notices as well as the manner in which notices were to be issued. There is an update to the general and qualifying event notices. The provision to provide initial notices within 90 days. To establish a reasonable notification procedure. To notify individuals whose coverage ended. And to provide a notice of unavailability of continuation. The Health Insurance Portability and Accountability Act, HIPAA, of 1996 was signed by President Bill Clinton on August 21, 1996. The act consists of 5 titles. Title I of HIPAA protects health insurance coverage for workers and their families when they change or lose their jobs. Title II of HIPAA, known as the Administrative Simplification (AS) provisions, requires the establishment of national standards for electronic healthcare transactions and national identifiers for providers, health insurance plans, and employers. Title III of HIPAA sets guidelines for pre-tax medical spending accounts. Title IV of HIPAA sets guidelines for group health plans, and Title V of HIPAA governs company-owned life insurance policies. The Act was created primarily to modernize the flow of healthcare information, stipulate how personally identifiable information, PII, maintained by the healthcare and healthcare insurance industries should be protected from fraud and theft, and address limitations on healthcare insurance coverage. Most employers and their employees will be familiar with Title I. This law ensures that individuals who leave or lose their jobs can obtain health coverage even if they or someone in their family has a serious illness or injury or is pregnant. It also provides privacy requirements related to medical records for individuals as young as 12. It limits the exclusions for pre-existing conditions, and it guarantees renewability of health coverage to employers and employees, allowing people to change jobs without the worry of loss of coverage, and it restricts the ability of employers to impose actively at-work requirements as preconditions for health plan eligibility, as well as a number of other benefits. In April 2001, the Department of Health and Human Services, HHS, issued privacy regulations that were required by HIPAA. The HIPAA privacy rule establishes national standards to protect individuals' medical records and other personal information, PHI, and it applies to health plans, healthcare clearinghouses, and those healthcare providers that conduct certain healthcare transactions electronically. The coverage details are shown in the first column on the table displayed. The rules requires appropriate safeguards to protect the privacy of personal health information and sets limits and conditions on the uses and disclosures that may be made of such information without patient authorization. This is addressed in the middle column. The rule also gives patients rights over their health information, including rights to examine and obtain a copy of their health records and to request corrections. The new regulations include stiff civil and criminal sanctions for violations, civil penalties of $100 per violation, and up to $25,000 per person each year can be assessed. There are 3 levels of criminal penalties which are outlined in the column on the left. The final rule on security standards was issued on February 20, 2003 and took effect on April 21, 2003 with a compliance date of April 21, 2005 for most covered entities and April 21, 2006 for small plans. The security rule complements the privacy rule. While the privacy rule pertains to all protected health information PHI, including paper and electronic, the security rules deal specifically with electronic protected health information EPHI. It lays out 3 types of security safeguards required for compliance: administrative, physical, and technical. It provides funding to improve the nation's health care information technology systems, and it includes incentives to promote the use of electronic health records, telemedicine, and clinical data repositories. The Small Business Job Protection Act, SBJPA, of 1996 made it easier for small businesses to operate and create jobs. It raised the minimum wage and made significant changes to pension plans. The definition of highly compensated employees was narrowed, which simplified the calculation of contribution limits for highly paid employees when lower paid workers do not meet the contribution thresholds. The Act also amended the Portal to Pay Act by declaring that hourly employees who commute to and from work voluntarily in company-owned vehicles do not need to be compensated for this time. The Act also replaced the Targeted Jobs Tax Credit Program with the Work Opportunity Tax Credit Program, WOTC, that allowed employers a credit a percentage of wages paid for qualified members. The Act also simplified the rules for determining the status of independent contractors. If an employer satisfies the requirement of a reasonable basis test for classifying independent contractors and cooperates with reasonable information requests from the IRS, the burden of proof switches to the IRS to prove that the individual is not an independent contractor. After 1996, the lending institutions no longer enjoyed the benefit of having to pay tax on only half of their interest income from money lent to employee stock ownership plans, ESOPs. Although the main focus of the Sarbanes-Oxley Act, SOX of 2002, is the reporting of financial transactions and activities, HR professionals may be called on to participate in SOX reporting requirements. The Act requires information that materially affects the organization's financial status to be reported to the Securities and Exchange Commission, the SEC, in some cases immediately, when the organization becomes aware of the information. Here are some instances where this would apply to HR. Ensuring that material liabilities from pending lawsuits or settlements of employment practices claims are reported in the financial statements. Participating in the review and testing of internal controls for hiring, compensation, and termination practices. Reporting immediately any material changes to the organization's financial condition. Although, in most cases, this wouldn't be an HR responsibility, the settlement of a large class action lawsuit could potentially reach the threshold of a material change. Failure to provide this information within the timeframes required by the Act could result in criminal penalties, including incarceration, for employees who obstruct legal investigations into financial reporting issues. The Act also prohibits employers from retaliating against whistleblowers who report financial conduct that they reasonably believe violates federal laws designed to protect shareholders from fraudulent activity. The Genetic Information Non-Discrimination Act, GINA, of 2008 protects individuals on the basis of their genetic information in both employment and healthcare, and adds a new protected class for purposes of equal employment opportunity law. The Act makes it illegal for an employer to discriminate against an employee due to the employee's genetic information or family member's genetic information, and for genetic information about a person or a family member to be used to deny enrollment in an insured or self-insured healthcare plan, or to change the person's premiums or contribution rates. This legislation was brought about by insurance companies using genetic information to determine who would likely have expensive diseases in the future. That information allowed decisions to exclude them from hiring or enrollment in medical insurance programs. With the implementation of this law, those considerations are no longer legal. Now that you've crossed over the hurdle of tackling all of these laws and regulations, you're well on your way to exam success. In this course, we overview the labor laws for HR and the federal agencies supporting them. We stepped through the U.S. lawmaking process, and we covered the summary levels of laws for the foundational employment legislation, e-employment legislation, and important workplace legislation used frequently. Labor and employment regulations are among the easiest to violate, but failing to follow them can also become quite costly. If you disregard employee rights, not only are you fostering an unpleasant work environment, but also opening yourself and the business to liability. As HR professionals, you're expected to stay informed and compliant on the status changes in the pipeline and to take appropriate action to provide a safe and healthy work environment that meets or exceeds legal requirements. Now that employment legislation is in our peripheral view, all eyes on the road as we move into the business environment and explore opportunities in creating businesses. In this topic, we'll cover the key foundational laws that HR practitioners should be aware of in helping leaders establish a business. On the PHR exam overview chart, we'll be addressing Functional Area 1 and covering business management, which is worth 20% of the exam. The first course in this series is Business Environment, which is highlighted in red. We'll take a look at the decisions to be made when starting a new business and navigating both internal and external environments. From an HR perspective, we'll be addressing the key legislation which will not be explicitly tested on the exam. These are the laws from 1800s and laws from the 1900s but prior to 1960. The 6 acts shown in the boxes are listed from earliest to most recent. They'll be covered in summary format, indicating who they apply to, the provisions, and compliance requirements. In addition, the website where the full act can be found will be provided. The False Claim Act of 1863 is also referred to as a Lincoln Law, after President Abraham Lincoln, who signed it into law. It helps the government in fighting false claims and fraud and encourages people with information to come forth and file a lawsuit in the name of the United States to share in the recovery. Employees should be reminded to avoid creating records that are inaccurate or fictitious. In addition, doing things that are illegal just because a supervisor asks you to will still be illegal. In the early years, big business like Standard Oil dominated the landscape, and people were concerned that they were monopolizing the marketplace and keeping prices high. John Sherman, a Republican senator from Ohio, was chairman of the Senate Finance Committee and spearheaded this law that later broke up Standard Oil Company into smaller units, which today falls under ExxonMobil, Chevron Corp., and BP. Over the years, case law has developed, concluding that attempting to restrict competition or fix prices can be seen as a violation of this law. Restraint of trade is also prohibited. The Clayton Antitrust of 1914 defines unethical business practices which were intended to strengthen earlier antitrust legislation. The Act prohibits anti-competitive mergers, predatory and discriminatory pricing, and other forms of unethical corporate behavior. The Act also protects individuals by allowing lawsuits against companies and upholding the rights of labor to organize and protest peacefully. There have been several amendments to this Act, expanding its provisions. When companies go public by issuing common stock for trade, it's done on the primary market. The Securities and Exchange Act of 1934 provides for governments in the secondary market, which is where all trading happens after the initial public offering. The Act created the Securities and Exchange Commission, which have oversight authority for trading stocks in the United States. It extends the disclosure doctrine of investor protection to securities listed and registered for public trading on any of the U.S. exchanges. The Trademark Act of 1946 is a legislation that created federal protection for trademarks and service marks. Officially, it was called the Lanham Trademark Act, and it set forth the requirements for registering a trademark or service mark for legal protection. Trademark protection safeguards the exclusive use of a trademark that has been registered within the U.S. Patent and Trademark Office, or a trademark that has been established by a business, entity, or individual through its use in commerce. A trademark, which is considered legal property, is a logo, a symbol, a phrase, or word that a company, individual, or entity uses to identify and distinguish itself and its products. The Patent Act of 1952 was passed by Congress to clarify the language on patent law and significantly simplify the existing laws by placing all the details together. Complex technology to simple ideas and their incremental improvements are patentable under a design, utility, or plant patent. A utility patent with periodic maintenance fees protects inventions for 20 years and grants the inventor the right to exclude others from making, using, or selling the invention. A design patent protects the original ornamental design of a functional item for 14 or 15 years, depending on when the patent was filed. The original curvy Coca-Cola bottle is an example of this. A plant patent is granted to protect new and unique plants with key characteristics. Created by the Patent Act, Title 35 of the U.S. Code groups patent law into categories with different operational responsibilities, which are highlighted on this chart for reference. Part 1 covers provisions for governance, its powers and duties, and related matters. Part 2 sets out conditions under which patents may be obtained and related procedures. Part 3 relates to the patents themselves and the protections of rights under patent. Part 4 was added in 1970 and was the first major alteration to the Act. It simplifies filing of patent applications in other countries and helps to expand programs for filing foreign patent applications and to seek applications abroad. In this video, I'll cover the key legislation to support business management and HR operations. The 7 acts shown in the boxes are listed from earliest to most recent. They'll be covered in summary format indicating who they apply to, the provisions, and compliance requirements. The websites where the full acts can be found is provided. The Revenue Act of 1978 contains several changes in federal tax laws that affect the business and individual taxpayers. Businesses were most pleased with the reduced corporate tax rates and the rate of taxation on realized capital gains. The Act added 2 important sections to the Internal Revenue Tax Code relevant to employee benefits. Section 125, Flexible Spending or Cafeteria Benefit Plans, to allow pre-tax money to pay for qualified medical expenses. Section 401k, Retirement Accounts, which was originally pre-tax savings programs for private sector employees known as Individual Retirement Accounts, IRAs. This later expanded to a second plan known as a Roth IRA that permitted funding with after-tax money. Individual taxpayers also benefited with new individual tax rates, the general tax credit, changes in itemized deductions, and the capital gains tax. The Tax Reform Act of 1986 made extensive changes to simplify the IRS code. Businesses received reduction in the corporate tax rate and suffered the loss of reduction in allowances for certain business expenses. The goal of the act was to increase fairness and to provide an incentive for growth in the economy by reducing the maximum rate on ordinary income and raising the tax rate on long-term capital gains. It eliminated many passive losses and tax shelters. This is the act which required all dependent children to have Social Security numbers, which reduced the number of fraudulent dependent children claimed on income tax returns by 7 million in the first year. Employee questions about numbers of exemptions to claim on their Form W-4 are influenced by this requirement for dependent Social Security numbers. Federal employees are protected by the Whistleblower Protection Act of 1989 if they disclose information that they reasonably believe is evidence of a violation of any law, rule, or regulation, or gross mismanagement, a gross waste of funds, an abuse of authority, or a substantial and specific danger to public health or safety. Whistleblower laws usually apply to public sector employees and employees of organizations contracting with the federal government or state government. Construction projects not being built to specifications can result in whistleblowing by government employees. The Act allows for federal employees who believe they have been subjected to reprisal because of their protected disclosures to seek protection and will be made whole by the remedies available under this law. While there's no specific act relating to whistleblowing for the private sector, it's important to highlight the issue of whistleblowing. Protections against retaliation are embedded in various laws which will include Civil Rights Act, OSHA, MSHA, SOX, ADA, and more. You'll soon become familiar with these acronyms. They're designed to protect individuals who publicly disclose information about corrupt practices or illegal activities within their employer's organizations. Often, such events occur when someone is mishandling money, contracts, or other assets. Employees of financial services companies, banks, credit unions, stock brokerage, and investment firms have been in the headlines during the recent years. They uncovered and disclosed misbehavior among other employees and were protected under whistleblower protections of various laws. OSHA's Whistleblower Protection Program enforces the whistleblower provisions of more than 20 whistleblower statutes protecting employees from retaliation for reporting. Whistleblowers are protected from disciplinary action, termination, or other penalties. The Department of Labor is ultimately responsible for its enforcement. The Small Business Job Protection Act of 1996 made it easier for small businesses to operate and create jobs. It increased the minimum wage requirements, simplified pension rules, and adjusted taxes for small businesses. The Act also made adjustments to S-corporation regulations, rules around safe harbor provisions, and rules governing worker employment status. It simplified the administration and maintenance of 401k defined contribution plans to encourage more employers to provide this type of retirement plan to its employees. Congress wanted to give taxpayers a couple of ways to lower their tax payments during retirement, so the Taxpayer Relief Act of 1997 was passed to create new savings programs called Roth IRAs and Education IRAs. Many individuals were to achieve a better tax position through these tools. Under this act, both small business and corporations benefit from increased exemptions and rule modifications to provide tax advantages. The failures of corporate executives at Enron, WorldCom, Tyco, and other public corporations to appropriately perform their fiduciary responsibilities led to the enactment of Sarbanes-Oxley Act of 2002. This act brought some strict oversight to corporate governance and financial reporting for publicly held companies. It holds corporate officers accountable for record keeping and reporting financial information, including internal control systems to assure those systems are working properly. There are also requirements for reporting any unexpected changes in financial condition, including potentially new liabilities such as lawsuits. It requires the administrators of defined contribution plans to provide notice of covered blackout periods, and provide whistleblower protection for its employees. The Act protects anyone who reports wrongdoing to a supervisor, appointed company officials who handle these matters, a federal regulatory or law enforcement agency, or a member or committee of Congress. It even extends to claims that prove to be false as long as the employee reasonably believes the conduct is a violation of the Securities Exchange Commission rules or federal law involving fraud against its shareholders. The Dodd-Frank Wall Street Reform and Consumer Protection Act, commonly referred to as Dodd-Frank, was a response to the 2008 global financial crisis and intended to prevent a similar instance. The act brought the most significant changes to financial regulation since the regulatory reform that came following the Great Recession. It made changes in the financial regulatory environment affecting all federal financial regulatory agencies and almost every part of the financial services industry. Since 1980s, the banks and other financial institutions have paid notoriously high salaries to their executives, sales individuals, and other high-level employees. Following the financial crisis, compensation arrangements in the financial sector have come under increased scrutiny. Dodd-Frank addressed these issues of pay and incentives most clearly in two distinct areas of the Act: the proposed rules governing bonuses and the pay ratio disclosures requirements. For global payroll stakeholders at financial institutions and publicly traded companies, these provisions are critical to understand. Studies have found that Dodd-Frank has improved the financial stability and consumer protection, although there have been many debates regarding its economic effects. The Act established the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau, which in its first 7 years has returned almost $12 billion to 29 million consumers and imposed about $600 million in civil penalties. The Act also amended the Fair Credit Reporting Act, which has an impact on HR. In this video, we'll address the elements to establish a business strategy. A business strategy is the sum of the actions it intends to take to achieve long-term goals. Together, these actions make up a business's strategic plan. Vision describes the future of the company as a successful organization. Mission declares its core purpose and focus. Values are the fundamental beliefs of the business and what the behaviors are based on. An effective vision statement creates a mental image of what the organization will be like in the future as it succeeds. Effective organizations depend on the existence of a powerful shared vision that evolves and is refined through wide participation. A mission is a written declaration of a business's core purpose and focus that normally remains unchanged over time. Properly crafted mission statements serves as filters to separate what is important from what is not. They clearly state which markets will be served and how, and they communicate a sense of intended direction to the entire organization. Values are important and lasting beliefs or ideals shared by the members of a culture about what is good or bad and desirable or undesirable. They have a major influence on the individual's behavior and attitude and serve as broad guidelines in all situations. A clear statement of purpose allows potential investors or partners to understand the business's goals and its organizational culture. It provides information to current and future managers, officers, and directors to learn the reason the business was founded as well as the objective of future endeavors. When core competencies are identified, businesses can focus their strategy on ways to build related products and services instead of moving into unrelated areas. Many organizations believe that focusing on these core competencies make it possible to expand their revenue streams. Core competencies are parts of the operation that, when done best, can set the business apart from the competition. In this video, I will share the different types of legal structures of how a business can organize. We will look at the various types of structures listed on the diagram, starting with the top left of sole proprietorship, where there's only one person involved, and then move to the bottom left with multiple owners in partnerships. On the right-hand side, we'll take a look at corporations at the top, followed by special business types at the bottom, where we can have a mix of owners with both of these. A sole proprietorship is the simplest type of business structure. There's only one owner who has full responsibility for the business operations. Generally, this is a service-oriented small business, such as a restaurant or professional services office. There is no legal or financial distinction between the owner and the business, so personal and business income is treated as one, as well as liabilities. A general partnership is similar to a sole proprietorship, but it has two or more entities. Partners enter into a partnership agreement where each partner is personally liable for any debts or claims that the business is responsible for. Partnerships are registered with the IRS, and each partner reports their share of business profits on personal taxes as income. A limited liability partnership is normally organized by general partners that are responsible for getting the limited partners to join the partnership. The limited partners are not personally liable for any of the liabilities and are not included in many of the day-to-day operations. These can be very complicated to set up and are expensive. A limited liability corporation may have one or more owners. It provides limited liability to the owners for the business's liabilities, including debts, judgments, and other items. This type of structure is often beneficial when any of the owners have large amounts of personal assets to shield from a potential liability associated with the business. The owners of a LLC may pay personal income taxes on their share of the profits that the LLC keeps during the tax year. A corporation is like any other business structure we've covered thus far, because it's its own legal entity and tax entity. Stock may be issued to raise capital. It's managed by a board of directors, which is elected by its shareholders. It pays its own taxes on profits that it keeps, and the owners of the corporation pays income tax on monies that they draw from the corporation in the form of salaries, dividends, and bonuses. A nonprofit organization, or NPO, is dedicated to furthering a particular social cause or advocating for a shared point of view. It uses leftover revenues to achieve its ultimate objective rather than distributing it to its shareholders, leaders, or members. Nonprofits are tax-exempt or charitable. A cooperative or co-op is owned and managed by the people who uses its services. The members contribute capital, but all have equal voting rights and share in its earnings. A co-op will usually have a social goal by putting profits back into its community. A franchise is an independent business license of a successful business. They receive the use of the proprietary knowledge, processes, trademarks to sell the offering under the business's name in exchange for a part of their profits. In this video, I'll describe the effects of competition on the business. Competition is a natural process within a business environment. It's a contest or rivalry between businesses targeting the same audience to gain market share, increase revenue, or to attain more sales. It's a fundamental economic force that drives benefits for customers as businesses are under pressure to constantly improve offerings and offer attractive prices. We'll take a look at two behavioral forms of competition. Positive is a favorable form of competition that's also called healthy or cooperative competition. It achieves a win-win result where businesses work collectively toward a common goal and the reward is communal. In this form of competition, businesses can also compete to improve their own placement within the market, but in a cooperative manner where there's mutual respect and pleasant interactions that do not jeopardize each other. Negative is the undesirable form of competition and is also known as unhealthy or destructive competition. This form is similar to a zero-sum game that seeks to benefit one party while damaging the other and promotes fear, hostility, anger, and decreased respect. Getting to know the competitor provides insight into their abilities and can determine if strategic alliances or partnerships can be forged. Connecting to other businesses can lead to referrals for an extension of each other's offerings. This can also lead to opportunities to directly or indirectly promote offerings to extend each other's market reach. Another option is cross-branding, which is used to promote or sell complementary offerings to a shared audience. All of these are ways in which to generate additional revenue. Michael Porter's generic strategies, shown here in the diagram, is a useful framework for businesses to identify ways in which they can potentially gain a competitive advantage. Cost leadership strategy in the upper left corner focuses on gaining a competitive advantage by selling offerings at a lower cost. Differentiation strategy in the upper right corner involves providing unique offerings in ways that are widely valued by customers. This can be achieved by providing exceptionally high quality, extraordinary service, innovative designs, and technological capability or unusually positive brand image. Focus strategy on the bottom half, which is then further subdivided and aims at narrowing market segments. Businesses that use cost advantage strategies on the bottom left select defined segments of the market of an industry, such as a particular product or specific kind of end user or a defined distribution channel or a limited geographical location, and targets its strategy to serve them to the exclusion of others. This differentiation strategy on the bottom right is also known as a niche strategy, since the business seeks to compete primarily in a niche of a market. These three strategies are examples of generic strategies because they can be applied to offerings in all industries and to all businesses of all sizes. Competition forces businesses to thrive or exit the market. Many businesses are focusing on innovation so that they can overtake the competition. Producing unique offerings to consumers can help gain a competitive advantage. Competition also creates opportunities for individuals to enter the marketplace and start new businesses, and this creates new jobs and provides individuals with a choice of employers and workplaces. In this video, I'll describe the external business environment. A business environment is infinite and includes everything outside the organization. Each environmental sector shown on the chart represents an important segment of the environment that has the potential for influencing the survival and effectiveness of business. Raw materials, they may interact with the trade agreements with other countries. Financial, focuses on new and emerging economies. Consumer market looks at experiences and expectations of consumer and will dictate what and how offerings are delivered. Technology, advances in this area will dramatically affect the way work is done by the resource type, speed, and efficiency. Industry, recent years have seen heavy M&A activity and continued changes and shrinkages in the landscape of all industries. Economic, effects of the interest rate impact consumer and corporate confidence in the economy. Government, the awareness and need to respond to enactments of new legislation and regulatory guidelines at all levels. Human resources, there are numerous factors to be examined to determine the labor force. In strategic planning, managers need to examine each of these sectors to determine any competitive advantages they can exploit or weaknesses they should avoid. VUCA has become a trendy managerial term which was derived from the militaries in the 1990s to mean chaotic conditions that are encountered on a modern battlefield. It is representative of the conditions business leaders are challenged with and strive to overcome. Volatility leads to visionary. The accelerating rate of change requires leaders who are visionaries to lead their businesses and navigate through changing times. Uncertainty leads to understanding. Navigating unfamiliar territory and unpredictable outcomes requires understanding leaders to help bring employees along through the reinforcement of a strong organizational culture. Complexity leads to clarity. Multiple interdependencies amidst global interconnectivity opens the door to create learning organizations to facilitate learning at all levels. Ambiguity leads to agility. Multiple perspectives and interpretations of scenarios requires an open mind to accept and embrace change and be an agent of change. Successful VUCA managers are characterized by an ability to align structures, processes, culture, and people with organizational objectives while responding to the external realities of the competitive landscape. In this video, I'll define the key business elements that impact the business environment. Many business changes occur as a result of forces outside a business's control. HR professionals should understand how these forces impact existing organizational strategies. Offerings represent the primary output from a business and the reason for its existence. All businesses have an output, physical product or a service. Competition is a significant external threat to a business and its offerings because it competes with other businesses for the same customers. The competitive marketplace requires that businesses know their competitors. It is unusual that a business will not have any competition. Customers can be people or other business entities. Changes in consumers' attitudes and demand can also impact businesses. For example, over the last few decades, there has been an increasing demand for environmentally friendly products. Businesses rapidly respond to this demand with new offerings. Processes are the how of goal achievement. They represent the way in which businesses get to where they're going. Technology is a field in which advancement serves as potential external threats to a business. These rapid changes can give businesses a competitive advantage and leave others behind. Businesses are unique in how they organize, but some functions and structures are common to all of them. HR professionals who are focused on strategic contributions to the organizations must understand how a business functions. Demographic changes are another external factor that can impact a business. Shifts in demographics occur for a myriad of reasons, sometimes displacing a critical client base. Organizational culture is a collective behavior of members of the organization and its values, visions, beliefs, and habits that they attach to each of the actions. As a foundation of the business's internal environment, it plays a major role in shaping managerial behavior. Safety and security covers risk analysis, identification of safety threats, workplace violence, prevention programs, illness and injury prevention, and domestic violence issues. Planning is critical for personal and employer survival. Business leaders need to know who will act as their business spokesperson in the likely event of a tragedy. All the business elements we've covered here are represented across the various types of business structures. In this video, I'll cover two popular tools used to measure the business environment. The strategic management process involves an analysis of both internal and external factors to identify the sources of competitive advantage. I'll take you through the SWOT analysis, which is a popular approach to strategy development. The name is an acronym for the 4 parameters of the technique that it examines. Strengths are the characteristics of the business that it gives an advantage over others. Weaknesses are the characteristics of the business that places it at a disadvantage relative to others. Opportunities are the elements in the environment that the business could exploit to its advantage. Threats are the elements in the environment that could cause trouble for the business. Strengths and weaknesses are frequently internally related, while opportunities and threats commonly focus on the external environment. The primary objective of a SWOT analysis is to help businesses develop a full awareness of all the factors involved in making a business decision. Environmental scanning allows a business to have current information about its external environment and to develop coping strategies. It requires a careful examination of all the relevant external factors. These factors can be summarized in what is known as a pestle analysis, as shown in this table where the acronym stands for political, economic, social, technological, environmental, and legal. Let's take a look. Political is the environment's influence and impact on the organization's human resources functions. Economic, these are the factors that affect the availability of labor and how the business operates. Social, or businesses may need to change HR strategies to adapt to the various social factors. Technological, these are the factors that influence the type of employees that are needed and the training that may be required. Environmental, these are the factors that have become important due to the increasing scarcity of raw materials, pollution targets, doing business as an ethical and sustainable company, carbon footprint targets set by the government. Legal, businesses need to know what is and is not legal in order to navigate effectively and successfully. Given this information, a business can identify and exploit opportunities before its competitors, counter threats before they grow into bigger issues, and also position the company to meet the demands of the commercial landscape. During this course, we had the opportunity to examine some of the key considerations an entrepreneur would need to make in establishing a new business. From the external perspective, we addressed the elements for establishing the business strategy, the types of legal business structures, the effects of competition on the business, and the challenges of the external business environment. We then turned our focus to inside the business to consider the internal environment and address the key business elements and the tools for measuring the business environment. Whether your company is 1 year old or 100 years old, understanding its structure and its challenges are beneficial. Additionally, if you have a good business idea, you may be well on your way to exploring new opportunities and possibly setting up your own business. Could Shark Tank be in your future? Now that we've laid the foundation for the structure of the business, the next course will be business planning. We'll look at designing the structural components to running the business. In this topic, I will compare the effectiveness of different business planning options. On the PHR exam program overview chart, we'll be addressing Functional Area 1 and covering business management, which is worth 20% of the exam. The second course in the series is business planning, which is highlighted in red. We'll address the decisions to be made when configuring the internal operations and aligning resources to meet the organization's goals and objectives. We'll take a look at the various stakeholders by their types and values to the business. A business's stakeholder is any person, group, or organization that influences or have an interest in the business's actions and decisions. They have different objectives and goals based on their diverse interest in the business. They each look to protect their own interests by ensuring their objectives have been met. Stakeholders and stakeholder groups come in a variety of forms and may or may not be actively involved in the business. We'll highlight them starting in the top left corner and making our way around. Owners. For a privately held business, the president, owner, or founder is a beneficiary of increased profitability. If the business is publicly traded, the shareholders are stakeholders because as the business's profitability increases, so does the value of its stock. Employees. Both management and subordinate staff directly influence the profits of the business since they're involved in the day-to-day operations. They're also interested in the business's survival and growth as their jobs also depend on it. Customers. They're also referred to as clients, and they help the businesses stay afloat by purchasing its offerings. Customers and clients want to achieve value for their money through acquisition of quality offerings, good customer care, and at fair prices. Moving to the top right corner and working down, suppliers. They represent a variety of stakeholders in that they provide offerings to support the HR organization. When they have established a relationship, both businesses' survival and our success are intertwined. Community. A variety of stakeholders are grouped into this category with the common interest of the business's success depending on each other and the business's employees. In communities suffering from high unemployment rates, the primary stakeholders might be the unemployed or the underemployed workers who now have increased work opportunities. Indirect stakeholders are other businesses in the community who may rely on the business's employees to consume their offerings. Also part of community are competitors as stakeholders because their success or demise may attribute to the business's growth. Government. Its regulatory and supervisory role establishes them as a major player in any business environment. Various government functions ensure that all businesses abide by the existing legal provisions. The goal of HR is to improve the workforce's productivity so that it has a positive effect on the business's profitability. HR professionals will have different ways in which to satisfy internal and external stakeholder groups and must balance these priorities as they are both equally important. Internal stakeholders are individuals and groups within the business. The goal is to create values for line managers and employees by providing HR practices that are fully integrated and reinforce each other. HR practices should be vertically integrated with the business strategy to reap the benefits for the business success and in turn create value for the board of directors and owners. External stakeholders represent outside parties which affect or are affected by the business's activities. HR supports the business in creating value and help identify and access important information. Leveraging that information helps HR with the business to manage the resources to acquire the technical capability and social forms for deriving and applying competitive insights. Stakeholder value involves creating the optimal levels of return for all stakeholders of the business within three primary areas. High satisfaction, which will provide lower staff turnover, resulting in higher productivity and happy customers. Mutual interest, employees provide a service in exchange for payment, businesses provide an offering to make money, and suppliers buy from other businesses to build their own business. Goodwill. Helping community also helps build the business's brand and employees' desire to work for responsible companies. In this video, I'll discuss the hierarchies in the business structure. Corporate titles can vary by industry and by business based on the business's structure. The business's executive team generally reports to the Chief Executive Officer or Chief Operating Officer. Officer titles include Chief Financial Officer, Chief Marketing Officer, Chief Information Officer, Chief Human Resources Officer, Chief Purchasing Officer, and many more. Each officer title oversees a specific area of the business as their title depicts. Top-level management consists of titles such as managing directors, general managers, presidents, and vice presidents. This level is involved in the planning of the business as well as overseeing its performance. Middle-level management teams look after the daily operations. Department heads, directors, or functional head managers, such as directors of marketing, inventory managers, warehouse directors, or accounting managers, are typically classified in this group. The last level in the business hierarchy is the operational level, which consists of the frontline employees who perform the day-to-day activities and deal with the operations. In the organizational chart shown, the executive team reports to the Chief Executive Officer. A range of C-level titles are in red on the first level, and at that level can have direct reports with C-level titles as well and represented on subsequent levels. These titles and reporting structures will be specific to each business and how it operates. Different corporations use different corporate hierarchies, and there's no rule on what each successive level is named. The blue boxes shown on the various top levels represent different types of businesses and industries. The organizational chart on the left-hand side depicts a corporation with an external board of directors integrated with the business's hierarchy. Each new color represents typical subordinates. This level deals with the totality of the business system and oversees the business's administrative activities from the top levels. In general, vice presidents are either directly beneath the CEO or other C-level leaders. In smaller corporations, executive officers may also carry these titles as well. In the organizational structure on the left-hand side, the middle-level management reports up through the chain to the vice presidents or executive team. Beneath directors and managers, you can find individual supervisors and employees. Employee designations could include senior or junior to further designate the employee's place in the hierarchy. In the organizational structure on the right-hand side, the second level in this hierarchy is middle-level management. At this level, there are managerial professionals like assistant managers, senior managers. They are responsible for the plan and activities in order to achieve the organizational objectives framed by the top management. These professionals are required to manage the activities pertaining to the actual usage of all the resources leading to the employees to the right direction. This is just an example of two different types of organizations. The levels in the business hierarchies refer to the business levels of the command chain, employee designations and categories, which will take the form of a pyramid, with the largest segment of employees situated at the base and narrows as it reaches the top. The employees who constitute the base of the pyramid are supervised by a relatively small group of supervisors or immediate managers who in turn are supervised and managed by the leaders placed in the hierarchies above them. These employees at the base of the operational employees strive for effective and efficient implementation and are guided by the work by their immediate supervisors or managers who are also within this level. In this video, I'll describe the main types of organizational structures a business can choose. A business structure, otherwise known as an organizational structure, defines how activities such as task allocation, coordination, and supervision are directed toward the achievement of business goals. It can also be considered the looking glass or perspective through which individuals see their business and its environment. I will highlight them, starting in the top left corner and making our way around. Functional structure is the most familiar with a traditional pyramid shape. Product-based structure has a customer-centric focus. Division structure has decentralized decision-making. Moving to the top right corner and working down, geographic structure has regional decision-making. Matrix structure has dual reporting relationships. Seamless organization is non-traditional and connected by networks. The functional structure depicted in this organizational chart is a hierarchical structure in which communication moves from top down and bottom up. These structures are more formal and rigid than some other structures and are appropriate for businesses with a single product line where specialization is an advantage. Functional organizations are generally very centralized and set up so that each portion of the organization is grouped according to its purpose. It works well for small businesses as the CEO is tightly integrated with each organizational unit and can rely on the talent and knowledge of its workers to support itself. One of the drawbacks to functional structure is that the coordination and communication between the departments can be restricted by the organizational boundaries of having various departments working separately. A product-based organizational structure is organized by product line and is appropriate when the company has well-defined product lines that are clearly separate from each other. In the organizational chart shown, each product line reports the CEO. These structures lend themselves to either centralized or decentralized decision-making processes. Although this structure duplicates management functions and potentially loses some economies of scale, it enables their activity to be tailored to the requirements of a particular product in its market. Therefore, it is an appropriate structure for a diversified organization and facilitates rapid adjustments to the changing environment. A divisional structure shown in this organizational chart is typically used in larger businesses that operate in a wide geographic area or that have small, separate organizations within the umbrella group to cover different types of products or market areas. The benefit of this structure is that the needs can be met more rapidly and more specifically. However, communication is inhibited because employees in different divisions are not working together. Divisional structure is costly because of its size and its scope. Smaller businesses can use a divisional structure on a smaller scale by having different offices in different parts of the city. For example, assigning different sales teams to handle different regions. This organizational structure shows a geographic structure where executives of the regional areas are responsible for the business functions in their assigned geography. Their geographic executives report to the CEO. Structuring a business in this way is appropriate when there are common requirements in the geographic region which are different from those in other geographies. Geographic structures are decentralized, with most decisions being made at the local level. It can create power struggles because most areas of the business will have dual management, a functional manager and a product or divisional manager, working at the same level and covering some of the same managerial territory. A matrix organization is advantageous because it encourages communication and cooperation. It requires a high level of trust and communication from its employees at all levels to ensure contradictory instructions are minimized. The seamless organizational structure is designed to be circular, flat, and dynamic, which is shown in the diagram. Circular so that all boundaries where employees serve customers are equally accessible, and flat to reduce the number of hierarchical levels. The purpose of this structure is to enhance communication and creativity. Seamless organizations wouldn't be possible without technology that allows employees to connect with each other via email and the internet from anywhere in the world. In this video, I'll define the key elements to structure organizations. Businesses can develop from teams splitting off and pursuing their goals, known as differentiation. Conversely, they can develop from diverse individuals coming together for a common cause, a process known as integration. Differentiation occurs when different departments, sections, or branch offices create their own department culture within the overall business structure. For instance, the sales staff at a differentiated business will have a different approach to their tasks than the accounting counterparts. Businesses can also differentiate based on product lines. Integration relates to how different areas of the business coordinate their operations. A highly integrated business has strong connections between departments and product lines, with each working under a cohesive set of rules and strategies. Integrated businesses are highly vertical and hierarchical in nature and operate from a top-down mindset, where the management dictates the structure of each department rather than allowing individual departments to set their own goals. HR professionals need to be familiar with the organizational structural elements so that they may act as a guide for management in the selection and determination as to which structure would gain the best performance. Departmentalization is how work is coordinated. Delegation of authority is where decision-making takes place. Coordinating mechanisms organizes the activities of the employees or units. Division of labor is a degree of specialization of task. And span of control is the number of employees each manager is responsible for. Departmentalization refers to how the organizational structure groups the business functions, offices, and teams. These individual groups are typically referred to as departments, and often three types of configurations occur. Functional groups jobs to perform a function into the same department. Product clusters jobs that produce similar products in the same department. And matrix combines two forms of departmentalization, function and product. The spectrum of where decision-making happens is a continual challenge for business. Centralizing authority in a business means that middle management typically is left with little to no input about the goals of the business. The system is typically in larger corporate organizations as well as businesses in more conservative industries. A decentralized system allows all levels of the management the opportunity to give input on big vision goals and objectives. Larger company-wide decisions are still generally reserved to the C-suite leaders, with managers on the ground enjoying a greater latitude in how their teams operate. These are the basic coordinating mechanisms. Mutual adjustment is based on the process of informal communication and is typically used in small organizations for extremely complicated tasks. Direct supervision achieves coordination by having one person take responsibility for the work of others, issue instructions, and then monitor their actions. The third mechanism, standardization, has three components. Standardization of work processes, the set of instructions to make work processes consistent and easily repeatable. Standardization of worker outputs, specifications that the product or work output must meet, but set aside from that, the worker is free to do as they wish. Standardization of worker skills. Employers can rely on these employees to do things the standard way, which allows for other employees to coordinate smoothly with them. HRCI certification is a good example of standardization. Employers can be confident that a certified HR professional is familiar with how the HR processes work, the actions to execute against them, and the skills to join the team and effectively contribute to its goals with minimum training. Work specialization is where tasks are divided into specific jobs and employees are considered skilled labor. Single tasks may offer a more efficient manner of productivity, but it can lead to worker boredom. Typically, rotating job functions on a regular basis and training workers in skills and a variety to do their tasks. Work specialization ensures that all employees have the specific duties they're expected to perform based on each employee's work experience, education, and skills. Span of control defines how many employees each manager is responsible for within the business. A narrow span of control refers to the structure with few employees reporting to a manager, while a wide span of control refers to a structure with many employees reporting to a single manager. There is no ideal span of control that works for all businesses or within a specific industry. The optimal span will depend on a number of factors, including the size of the workforce, how the company is divided into departments, and even the specific business goals and strategies. Based on the manager's individual style and approach, the span of control could range from 3 to 4 or 15 or more people. The range of 4 to 7 is most often used. Managers higher up in the chain of command typically have a narrow span of control as they directly are responsible for middle managers or team leaders. In this video, I'll describe the different organizational units within a business and how they function. One of HR's key roles is to serve as a business partner, so it is important for HR to understand how organizational units are structured and how to maximize operational efficiencies. In addition, HR will understand the perspective of their business partners, identifying internal needs and emerging issues, and to create communication and collaborate to achieve results. The Research and Development Department, or R&D function, develops new products and redesigns old ones to meet the changing market demands, often developing new products to create a demand where none previously existed. Sales and marketing are closely related activities involved with creating a demand for the business's offerings and moving them from the business to the customer. Sales can be defined as the organizational unit that is responsible for selling products or providing services. It is partnered with marketing in a reciprocating relationship. Marketing is the management process through which offerings move from concept to customer. It includes the coordination of the 4 P's. Product, this can be a physical product or service, or in some cases both. Price, setting the correct price point, is an important marketing function. Placement, also referred to as distribution, this is where decisions are made about where the customer will find the offering. Promotion, offerings are promoted in many different ways, including advertising, public relations, personal selling, and providing incentives for customers to buy. HR and marketing will work closely together on creating the employer brand and on communications for change management initiatives. Finance and accounting are closely related functions and include all the activities related to moving money into and out of the business. Starting from the bottom left and moving to the right, we'll take a look at these. Accounting support is responsible for the financial accounting activities and the end-to-end accounting processes. Financial compliance typically includes planning, organizing, auditing, accounting for, and controlling the finances. It also produces the financial statements. Decision support is responsible for preparing and managing reporting and dashboards that is used to maintain control of operating costs. Financial productivity management is responsible for obtaining credit to meet the business needs, granting credit to customers, investing and managing cash for maximum return on investment, and establishing banking and credit relationships. Business performance management provides technical expertise for the financial analysis of current operations or proposals for new business directions and the projection of future financial needs. HR practitioners may work with financial analysts to project staffing needs or develop benefit costs for budget planning purposes. The terms productions and operations are often used interchangeably. When used separately, production generally refers to the process by which businesses create the offering. The operations functions encompasses all the activities necessary to produce the offering. Starting with the upper left corner, I'll go around the diagram and highlight the components. Facility location evaluates the best places to locate production facilities and considers such items as the cost of labor, distribution systems, and government regulations. Scheduling plans activities to make sure the offerings are available at times of peak customer demand. Production layout is the way the offerings are produced, such as an assembly line design or procedure for an audit. Capacity refers to determining how much of an offering can be produced with the available materials, labor, equipment, also known as inputs, as well as what changes in the inputs are required by fluctuating customer demands. Moving to the top right corner and working down, cost control must provide offerings that meet the quality standards the business sets at lowest cost. Quality management ensures that the offering meets acceptable standards. Inventory management balances two conflicting needs relating to inventory, the cost of maintaining a large inventory and the need to satisfy customers by filling orders promptly. Technology increases the use of technology and can improve quality and the amounts that are produced. Technology or information systems is responsible for managing systems such as phone systems, computer networks, software, websites, and the internet, as well as the data they collect. The diagram shows responsibilities as technology has become more prevalent and sophisticated. Technology is responsible for analyzing the system implications to achieve competitive advantages, decrease costs, and improve productivity. As a result, technology plays a growing role in both the operational and strategic management of business, and HR supports its processes through interfacing with employees. In this video, I'll describe the skills and functions of management. Successful managers consistently demonstrate 4 people management domains. These 4 domains and its components are not mutually exclusive, as many skills overlap between them. Let's have a look. Managing teams. Managers must know how to elevate their teams into a cohesive, collaborative, and productive unit. To do so, they need the capacity to manage conflict and the skill to influence others. Managing relationships. One of a manager's primary responsibility is to support others, given the vast number of relationships that must be built and nurtured in the workplace, such as direct reports, supervisors, peers, colleagues, internal and external stakeholders, as well as others. Managing communications. Effective communication skills are necessary for successful people management. Communication skills enable building a rapport with individuals, motivating others, and developing a unified team. Managing self. Self is a core domain from which other 3 domains derive meaning. It requires taking individual feelings of others into consideration and maintaining an inner assurance, which helps maintain resilience in times of stress. Self-awareness is a gateway to being more sensitive and the first step to maximizing management skills. In today's business environment, a manager's success depends on the ability to motivate and mobilize a team through effective communications and strong relationships. Henry Fayol was the first theorist to define the functions of management. His work is based on the theory that management conduct these 5 major functions in their everyday routine. Planning is a process of thinking. Organizing focuses on how to achieve results. Communicating encompasses instruction for the team on how to make sure that they're motivated to complete the task. Directing ensures everything works together. And controlling involves examining progress against management plans. According to Fayol, the most challenging function is creating a good plan, as the other functions rely on it to be successful. Planning. Planning is the organized act of looking forward based on experiences and the facts that is necessary for the intelligent action. It bridges the gap between where you are and where you want to go. It's a decision-making process that evaluates future contingencies that affects the business. It helps shape the future operational and strategic landscape. Organizing is the process of establishing relationships among people, activities, and coordinating them so that they work together efficiently. It requires recruiting and training the right people for the job to bring the plan together. Securing a sufficiently skilled and educated workforce prepares the plan to be implemented. Successful managers possess integrity and communicate clearly and make their decisions based on regular audits. Employees will know what is expected of them, and when working instructions and orders are not clear. Managers have the potential to encourage employees and take initiative, or even to motivate them through a team. Treating subordinates in line with company standards is a key responsibility for managers. The organization will function better when all the actions are harmonized. They coordinate team actions and procedures so that the objectives are achieved in an efficient and effective manner. In a business with large numbers of people working at various levels performing different activities, it becomes crucial to synchronize work at every level and the business as a whole. Controlling ensures that the business activities are in line with the general business policies and objectives. It examines progress against the plan to ensure adequate progress and satisfactory performance, record experiences achieved, and to guide future experiences, and to take corrective action to deal with underperformance. It also involves amending plans whenever necessary and implement contingency plans if and when a crisis occurs. FILE's 5 management functions represent a structural overview of the activities managers generally perform in their daily routines. Each function aims at creatively resolving potential problems. Every organization is unique in how it organizes itself, but some basic functions and structures are common to all of them. During this course, we delved into the inner workings of the business and identified the organizations within the business, the types of organizational structures, and the key elements for structuring organizations. Then we had a look at the types of business stakeholders, the hierarchy within the business structure, and the management skills and functions required to successfully run the business. HR professionals who are focused on strategic contributions to the organization must understand how organizations function. Next, in HR organization, we'll cover the HR's effectiveness, how to organize the HR team, and the value HR provides to its stakeholders. In this topic, I will define and demonstrate the value of the HR organization. On the PHR exam program overview chart, we will be addressing Functional Area 1 and covering Business Management, which is worth 20% of the exam. The third course in the series is HR Organization, which is highlighted in red. We'll take a look at how the HR organization defines value for itself by how it operates, supports the business, and its leaders. The function of HR is multifaceted and best understood by a short journey of its transformation and structure for most businesses. Human resources can describe the economy and industry, business sector, the people who make up the workforce, the function, the organization, or the people who provide the support services to the businesses and its employees. Over 130 years in existence, human resources has evolved to reflect the evolution of business from an industrialized manufacturing of products to a more global competitive landscape. HR has developed from its early back office role to today's seat in the boardroom. The first title of welfare officer began in the 1890s to 1913. It originated during the Industrial Revolution to improve conditions for the workforce. It acted as a buffer between workers and managers and to educate workers in health, safety, and hygiene. Labor manager from 1914 to 1939 was given to a group of industrial relations specialists negotiating terms and conditions. Personnel management from 1945 to 1979 was associated with generalists who handled the transactional and administrative aspects of employment, which is work-centered. Many of these functions have been pushed to line managers in today's organizations. The title personnel management is still used in many government agencies to refer to today's brand of HR. Human resources management, 1980 through 1990s, referred to specialists who have a deep understanding of today's organization, which is resource-centered. Strategic human resources management from the 2000s to present represents the business partners working with line management to add value to the business, which is strategy-centered. HR's transformational journey started with operational HR on the left side and moved towards strategic HR on the right side, which are really two sides of the same entity. Operations HR handles the day-to-day operations, essentially with a heavy focus on transaction processing and administration. For strategic HR, while those layers are covered as well, less time is allocated at that level. It focuses on predicting HR's outcome and ensuring that HR's efforts aligns with business strategy. Both facets of human resources are fundamental components that can lead to a business's success. An HR organization performs and oversees the end-to-end activities to support the employment relationship. Shown here are the typical HR domains across all industries and businesses, which may have slightly different names. Starting in the top left corner and making our way down, I'll share a brief and generic description of each domain. Recruitment, the process of identifying, attracting, interviewing, selecting, hiring, and onboarding employees and supporting the administrative and relationship building processes related to these activities. Training, the continuous process of creating or sourcing programs to help employees increase skills, knowledge, efficiency, and organizational value for their current and changing roles. Benefits, the administration and management of programs to support indirect, non-cash rewards. This includes typical packages for group health insurance, life insurance, paid vacation, and workplace perks. Compensation, the process of assigning value to jobs and then managing the direct payment to incentivize employees for their exchange for labor. This includes typical packages for salary, wages, bonuses, and stock. Moving to the top right corner and working down, employee relations. Employee relations offer consultation, facilitation, and resolution strategies for workplace issues, also assisting in communications between employees and supervisors on corrective action and planning, disciplinary actions, and explanations and clarifications on policies and procedures. Labor relations. This domain negotiates union contracts or collective bargaining agreements and handles employee grievances and assists with businesses' legal counsel with arbitration. Health and safety. The goal of all occupational health and safety programs is to foster a safe workplace environment, making this domain concerned with protecting the safety, health, and welfare of workers engaged in employment activities. Payroll, the administration and disbursement of finances to employees and recording for the salaries, wages, bonuses, and taxes, and net pay and deductions. Managing an HR organization can be challenging as it requires balancing both the administration and strategy in addition to vast domain coverage. It is therefore important for sole HR practitioners to know their limits and ask for help when needed. As a general rule, here are some HR organizational staffing guidelines. Up to 99 employees. Usually, there's not an HR position, but some other role will provide the support as needed. This may be shared across multiple employees. 100 to 200 employees. A separate position is usually required to coordinate the human resource functions. In addition, some outsourcing of services may occur. Over 200 employees. It becomes too large for one person to handle all of the HR functions. Separate positions are created and placed under the direction of an HR manager. An HR consultant can be a good alternative for ad hoc support or to provide advice on handling less familiar situations. An employment attorney is also a good number to have on speed dial. As organizations are established and grow, they move through 4 distinct phases as shown in the diagram. Organizations approach each of these phases with different expectations and needs. Starting at the top left column and moving across to the right, during startup phase, leaders struggle to obtain funding so the business can survive. The few employees hired during this phase must wear multiple hats and therefore spend little time on training, so they may not be fully qualified for their positions. The flat structure allows employees to work closely with founders and leaders. This allows for free thinking and creativity. In the growth phase, the founder isn't able to manage the business alone, so additional management people may be brought on. This can lead to morale issues when employees who once had access to organizational leaders lose the daily contact, which is common in the startup phase. As a business becomes more successful, funds are available to provide competitive compensation and benefits to attract and retain qualified employees. From an operational standpoint, the growth phase represents challenges when it exceeds the ability of infrastructure that it needs to handle, and sometimes necessitates the outsourcing of these functions to meet the business's needs. Not all businesses are able to make it through the growth phase and instead collapse or are acquired by larger entities with the infrastructure to support the operations. At the maturity phase, the business has enough resources to provide planning and standardized policies and procedures. It is possible to become bureaucratic and unwieldy, making it difficult for the business to change direction as rapid as it once was to remain competitive. HR does have some stability at this stage and can hire a team to support the more formalized and diverse needs of the business. A declining business is characterized by inefficiency and bureaucracy. To remain viable, leaders may implement workforce reductions, close facilities, and take other cost-cutting measures. The business's offerings may be outdated and unable to compete, resulting in a downward sales trend. In order to survive, development is focused on new product lines or redesigning the existing products to be more competitive. When this doesn't occur, the business may be acquired by a competitor or may cease to exist. Each business will have a different life cycle, but common to all will be the need to position itself to take advantage of the market opportunities and avoid common pitfalls. The employee life cycle helps to plan and visualize each stage of the employee's interaction and engagement with the business. Defining the life cycle provides a framework and workflow for business goals for unbroken chain of service. The graphic on the left shows the employee-centric cycle, where the focus is placed on delivering services and not on the functions nor the tasks. In this video, I will discuss the role of the HR professional. HR managers connect the value of human capital to the business's bottom line. They are adept at dealing with people from all backgrounds and levels of experience, knowledge, and skills. Here are 5 benefits of working in human resources. Working with people. HR professionals work closely with people at every stage of their careers, both internally and externally to the business. Big picture perspective. HR professionals participate in long-range planning with insider views on how the business works. Job variety. There's no typical day in HR. It's filled with a variety of tasks, from staffing a booth at a recruitment fair to leading a training class to attending a strategy meeting. Continuous learning. HR is an evolving science and art. There's always new strategies, technologies, and skills to learn to improve upon. Limitless opportunities. HR professionals are needed by businesses of every size in every industry. The skills and knowledge are transferable to work anywhere in the world. The HR profession consistently ranks high on the list of best careers based on job growth, earnings, potential, creativity, flexibility, and other factors. Over the past decade, U.S. News & World Report consistently ranked the job of human resource specialist as one of the top 20 best business jobs and placing it in the top 100 best jobs overall. This table displays the representative career titles moving from left to right through career levels, from entry level to top level career, with a typical time that can be expected at each career level. The career levels are independent of individual career experience, as many individuals may have alternate career journeys and may restart at earlier career level later in life or spend an entire career in the earlier levels. This new table on the left shows numerous programs offering different levels of educational experiences. Human resource certificates and diploma programs are the easiest credentials to achieve to gain practical and tactical knowledge about the day-to-day HR issues. Typically, certificates are less than a week in duration, and diplomas may be up to a year. These are great ways to learn about new technologies or to explore a specialty. Human resources degree programs. Undergraduate and graduate degree programs in HR offer deep understanding opportunities, but tend to focus more on theory than practical skills. For HR-focused degrees, there are more than 260 undergraduate degrees and 160 graduate-level degrees at universities and colleges in the U.S. Experts say a Master's of Administration or MBA carries the most weight of advanced degree programs because an understanding of business operations is critical for those wanting to advance in a human resource management role. Human Resources Professional Certification is the most valuable educational option because it truly demonstrates mastery of the subject. Aside from the PHR, the three other main designations granted by HRCI are Associate Professional in Human Resources, the APHR, designed for professionals just beginning their HR career journey, Senior Professional in Human Resources, SPHR, which covers strategic issues and is designed for experienced professionals, Global Professional in Human Resources, GPHR, which is designed for people who manage HR in multiple countries. The Society for Human Resource Management, SHRM, the membership organization, has developed its own certifications as well. Designed for early career and senior HR professionals, these certifications are based on SHRM's competency-based model and composed of the knowledge and behaviors needed to succeed in human resource management. Most certificate and diploma programs are open to anyone, while degree and professional certifications have stricter admission requirements. Earning an HR credential such as PHR adds a level of recognition and distinction that sets you apart in the profession, indicating you have a high level of knowledge and skills. Along with that privilege are these benefits. Professional growth. HR certifications becoming an important means for employers to recognize HR expertise and for HR professionals to increase their value and worth. Work in HR. 96% of employers say that an HR certified candidate applying for a job would have an advantage over a non-certified candidate. Promotions. Many businesses, including a number of Fortune 500 firms, now require or prefer HR certification for their new hires or for internal promotions. Future growth. It adds to your career value and to the organization you work for. Financial rewards. HR professionals who hold certifications tend to make more money than their peers who do not. According to Pay Scale Human Capital, this pattern is true for all industries and metropolitan areas in the United States. Career satisfaction. The best satisfaction is getting paid to do something you enjoy. Almost nothing boosts your confidence more. Job ratings. Keeping up with the innovations, developments, legislation, and new changes provides you with the information to better serve your constituents. Level of expertise. It's becoming evident that certification is essential for professional level HR candidate jobs. If an individual wants to become a senior level HR professional, then certification is nearly an absolute requirement or will be shortly based on all the research. To be successful in HR requires many skills and competencies to deal with the many personalities and challenges. Here are the ones that are on top of my list. Awareness. Be open to all the possibilities. Have a cultural awareness and knowledgeable mindset. Remove blinders to see the potential around you. Adaptable. Always be fair and transparent. Be open-minded and accepting of change and others' perspective. Learn to be leaner and thereby more productive. Innovative. Stay ahead of current trends Be able to identify the trends and opportunities and threats. Adopt a futuristic focus on strategy to create and be purposeful for tomorrow. Knowledgeable. Be distinguished in the profession to help secure career longevity. Retain a sharp skill set. Strong HR practices lead to higher organizational performance and master your competencies. Assertive. Take a stand. Boldly speak up when things need to be different. Make the right move now. While it may be difficult, the business will be more profitable and sustainable. Not long ago, HR practitioners were expected to contribute to the business in an advisory capacity, providing services to employees and others, and control employment policies and procedures in their businesses. As service providers, HR professionals were required to manage. Today, HR roles are ever-changing, but these four remain constant. Starting with the top left corner and moving down, strategists contribute to the decisions that build on employee strengths to meet corporate goals. Advisory, provide information and guidance for managers to deal with employee issues. Administrator, enforce policies and ensure compliance with federal, state, local employment regulations and law. Manage inquiries to answer questions and provide information for a wide range of constituents, from government agencies to candidates and senior management, to maintain a productive work environment. And change agent, manage change and lead or participate in reengineering or restructuring programs to ensure the retention of key employees, which furthers the business ability to meet its goal. In this video, I will define corporate governance and HR's role in the process. Corporate governance refers to the various influences and processes that impact the way a business is managed and the relationship among its stakeholders. Corporate governance may include the following principles. Compliance. Implement systems to monitor compliance with established rules, policies, and practices. In addition, abide by all applicable legislation, including the Sarbanes-Oxley Act of 2002, which relates directly to corporate governance. Ethics. Develop a code of conduct for board members, executives, employees, and other stakeholders that define proper business conduct and encourages ethical behavior and decision-making. Transparency. Recognize its legal, contractual, social, and ethical obligations to ensure the rights of its stakeholders, but remain transparent. Accountability. Formally define the rights, roles, and responsibilities of board members, executives, and employees, including the rights and limitations for decision-making in various positions and roles. Company vision focuses on aligning business strategy with the rules, practices, regulations, policies, procedures, and processes that govern business activity and guide individual and organizational conduct. A corporation is a legal entity with rights and obligations. It relies on top-level management to make decisions on the behalf of its owners. Shareholders are the owners of the corporation. Board of directors are elected by the shareholders to represent the shareholders' interests with management. An inside director is a person with operational responsibilities who is employed by the business, such as a CEO, CFO, or other officers. An outside director is not employed by the business and does not have operational responsibilities. They provide advisory and consultancy services. Management includes the officers and other executives who make day-to-day decisions about the business's operations. Businesses have a responsibility and sometimes a legal requirement to interact with employees, shareholders, and the community at large in a trustworthy and ethical manner. Organizational values and ethics provide guidance through these topics. Corporate ethics, ethics and morality, ethics and behaviors, and we'll take a look at ethical behaviors in action. Ethics and morals relate to the right and wrong conduct and are sometimes used interchangeably, but are different. Ethics refers to the rules provided by society or organizations. Morality refers to the individual's own principles regarding right and wrong. Role morality. HR serves both the business and the employees. The business is expected to treat people morally, while employees have a duty of loyalty, obedience, and confidentiality. Employment exchange. An exchange for employment occurs when individuals are willing to trade their labor for rewards and when the business is willing to exchange rewards for labor. Inducement contribution balance. The inducements or rewards workers receive for working must be balanced with the contributions they make to the business. Ethical behavior begins at the top level in the business and must be enforced by the board of directors or CEO. The executives must model acceptable behaviors for all others in the business to follow and to maintain an ethical workplace. Not all behaviors are appropriate for the business. They can be categorized as legal and ethical. For example, terminating a poor performing employee. Illegal and unethical, not paying back a debt. Illegal but ethical, violating confidentiality agreement in order to convey important information to the public. Legal but unethical, paying a highly qualified candidate who is desperate for a job below the pay scale. These boxes represent content to consider when creating a code of ethics. Two business statements to guide ethical behaviors are the ethics statement and the conduct statement. An ethics statement is the intent of the business to comply with regulatory requirements and to act in the best interest of its stakeholders. A conduct statement is an employee's acknowledgement to abide by the code and to put the interests of the business before their own, and to disclose any potential conflicts. We will discuss each of these behaviors throughout the program, but for now, address the highlighted boxes in the top rows which are related to this topic. Starting with the top left corner and moving right. Honesty. The code of ethics should set an expectation of honesty in the workplace. As with all aspects of an ethics code, the executives must model honesty in their representation to employees, customers, and suppliers, and to all other stakeholders in order for the message to be taken seriously. Integrity. It is defined as a business's adherence to the code of moral values. It is demonstrated when employees do the right thing, even when that thing is unpopular. Conflicts of interest. Anytime an employee stands to gain personally from an action taken by the employer, there's a conflict of interest. At a minimum, these situations must be disclosed to the employer, or employees should remove themselves from the situation. Confidentiality. HR is responsible for maintaining the confidentiality of personal information and is responsible for making ethical decisions on a regular basis, which positions HR to model ethical behavior in response to inappropriate requests for information. Advances in technology have made it possible for employers to monitor internet, email, and voicemail, and some employees see this as an invasion of privacy. The statistics shown here are a result of personal use of the company assets. Research confirms that companies lose about 40% annual productivity when employees access the internet for personal usage. On average, 37% of the employee base frequently browse the internet during working hours. Of that number, 64% browse for their personal benefit. Employers who plan to monitor employee communications and internet usage should develop and distribute a policy clearly stating what information is subject to monitoring and under what conditions. Also, the Code of Ethics should include a statement about the use of surveillance and monitoring to reduce the risk of claims of invasion of privacy. In this video, I'll be discussing ethical and professional standards and how they impact personal ethics. Corporate business ethics is a form of applied ethics or professional ethics that examines moral principles and values that establish appropriate conduct. It applies to all aspects of business and is relevant to the conduct of individuals and the business. Ethics is not synonymous with legality. Businesses serious about establishing meaningful ethics programs have appointed ethics officers or facilitators to ensure that the business adheres to the ethical standards set by the executive team. Ethics officers manage programs designed to allow confidential reporting of ethical concerns by employees, customers, shareholders, or others. Key responsibilities include creating and distributing the corporate code of conduct, or ethics, advising employees at all levels on ethical issues, investigating allegations of wrongdoing, providing periodic reports for the executive team to keep them apprised of ethical issues in the business. Ethical officers are also an asset to help improve the company's internal and external image. A code of ethics is a statement of ideal standards that the organization is committed to uphold in its business practices. Businesses that are committed to ethical practices often create these guidelines for employees to follow. Though it's not required, a code of ethics is essential for common understanding. It helps maintain integrity in public interactions, defines acceptable behavior for individuals, protects the company's reputation, and establishes decision-making guidelines in alignment with organizational goals. Personal ethics are a set of moral principles that influence us when we make decisions. We follow our moral and ethical code based on what was instilled in us from childhood. They are influenced by the beliefs and views of our family, religion, friends, and others who have a major impact in our life. Personal ethics can be categorized as positive, which is sound personal ethics and typically is the acceptable practice, or negative, which is unethical behavior that most employers dislike. HRCI, the credentialing body, has established the HR Certification Institute Code of Ethical and Professional Responsibility, which promotes and maintains the highest standard of service and conduct for HRCI certified professionals. SHRM, the membership body, has developed the SHRM Code of Ethical and Professional Standards in Human Resource Management, which describes its commitment to serving members and the public with integrity. The links to both of these organizations' guidelines are provided and should be reviewed prior to taking the exam. In this video, I will cover the role of HR for corporate social responsibility and its impact on the organization. Corporate social responsibility, CSR, is a business behavior that is focused on building external strategic relationships. Its activities are interdependent on multiple organizational responsibilities that serve to link the external environment to the internal environment. Achieving CSR objectives often requires the participation and commitment of the entire business to act in ways that are sustainable, protect access to information, engage in corporate philanthropy, and to help improve social issues. Sustainability is defined as the capacity to endure over time and examines the business behavior that does not deplete the resources used to achieve that outcome. The diagram shows the Sustainable Development Goals with the three overlapping circles for social, economic, and environmental, indicating that their three pillars of sustainability are not mutually exclusive. The three pillars are interdependent and in the long run cannot exist without the others. As each circle overlaps its neighbor, it creates another dimension at that intersection. Social and economic is equitable, economic and environmental is viable, and environmental and social is bearable. When all three pillars intersect, it becomes sustainable. As a result of the green initiatives, businesses understand that financial benefit of sustainability practices is a long-term strategic solution that influences factors beyond their environmental footprint. The digital divide refers to uneven access to technology between distinct groups of people locally and around the world. These groups may be affected because of high cost, adoption, or utilization. The characteristics to describe the divide includes income, education, age, geography, fear of technology, lack of motivation, and culture. HR leads the efforts for the business and its employees to partner with governments, organizations, and local community groups to bring infrastructure to underserved areas. Using the diagram, we'll look at the key stakeholders. Company. Businesses that care about the environment and social impact have embedded sustainability into their corporate behavior and brand. HR. Time, labor, and finances help HR with the design and implementation of CSR programs. Employees. During onboarding and throughout their relationship with the business, employees support outreach efforts. Community. Engaging in community activities within the communities, locally, nationally, and even internationally, enhances the business's reputation, citizenship, and philanthropy. In this video, I'll share best practices to address internal and external employment threats. Once possible risks have been identified and analyzed, options to handle the risk are reviewed. The options available are mitigation to minimize the risk, acceptance to manage the risk, avoidance to eliminate the risk, and transfer to cover the risk through insurance. Depending on the level of the risk and its impact on operations, decisions can be made about which option is best to handle the risk. When an HR risk has been identified, the following are examples of the type of HR audits that can be used to minimize exposure. Compliance focuses on how well the organization is complying with its current federal, state, and local laws and regulations. Best practices help the organization maintain or improve a competitive advantage by comparing its practices with those businesses identified as having exceptional HR practices. Strategic focuses on strengths and weaknesses of the systems and processes to determine whether they align with the HR organization and the business's strategic plan. Function-specific looks at a specific area in the HR function, for example, payroll or performance management. An HR audit evaluates the performance of the HR organization, identifies the areas that may be out of compliance with legal requirements or that are in need of updating because of strategic changes within the organization. Starting with the outline will help an auditor to stay on track. Starting with the first row, I'm moving from left to right. It shows the steps in order to seek out top management support once a scope, budget, and team has been identified. Drop into the second row, moving from the right to the left. These steps define the boundaries and gathers the appropriate data. Drop into the third row, starting with the bottom left and moving to the right. The analysis comes together and the plans created are to be reviewed with management and then ready for implementation. The audit report can help HR be more effective and to improve the relationships between management and the employees, as HR serves all employees in the areas of operation so improvements can affect morale throughout the business. Employment Practices Liability Insurance, or EPLI, provides protection for employers to help them reduce the potential loss associated with various employment-related claims. The graph on the left shows the types of discrimination charges handled by the EEOC for FY 2019, and the table on the right shows the actual number of those charges based on every type of discrimination handled by EEOC. A case may have more than one charge filed against a type of discrimination. For most, gone are the days of the physical employee handbooks. Regardless of its format, the contents listed here are still key elements. An employee handbook can be the business's first step toward compliance with labor laws that requires a recommendation or written policies as part of its compliance efforts. It should set forth expectations for employees and describe what they can expect in return. In this video, I will define record-keeping requirements for various HR functions. There are several federal laws that require document retention even before employees begin working. Pre-employment. During the talent acquisition process, applications, resumes, reference checks, background checks, and job postings must be saved to ensure fairness, non-discrimination, and equal opportunity access. Short-term, files can be aggregated by month for easy disposal when the term has been reached. Employment. As new employees are onboarded, documents must be saved to include the new hire package with acknowledgments of policies and handbooks, the Form I-9, and medical-related paperwork. Post-employment, records created as part of the separation should be filed with other personnel data. With fewer than 20 employees, a paper-based record system can be efficient. As the table depicts, at least 4 separate files will be needed. Personnel data, 1 file for each employee. Form I-9 records and work visas should each have its own binder for all employees. These should not be stored with personnel data as they can be audited. Medical, 1 for each employee and stored in a separate place from other files, with limited access to maintain security and privacy. Generally speaking, any record other than one made by an attorney can be discovered through the legal process and are often sought in lawsuits against employers, including informal electronic communication. This table displays examples of records created or received by HR. Depending on the business, there can be other categories of records retained for employees. Personnel records are generated by every employment-related activity in HR, and knowing the records to keep or destroy is critical. This table shows the various types of personnel records and statutory retention periods, which is available through the Department of Labor. Employee benefits are regulated by the Employee Retirement and Income Security Act of 1974, or rather ERISA, and provides general record retention regulations for plans under its purview. The regulation requires records to be kept for at least 6 years after their filing. Tax returns, results of an audit by a tax authority, general ledgers, and financial statements should be retained permanently. Claim policies include malpractice, director and officer, and employment liability insurance. Claims made while the policy is active and dependent on the individual characteristics of the policy may extend coverage for a set period after the policy expires. If not specified, 7 years after the policy expires should be an adequate retention period. According to the Fair Labor Standards Act of 1938, or FSLA, all payroll records must be kept for at least 3 years. Other types of records have specific retention periods that should be noted. Well-organized records can be very helpful in documenting and supporting employment actions in a legal defense. In this video, I will discuss the HR records management lifecycle process with its phases and stages. The records management lifecycle refers to the creation, distribution, maintenance, archiving, and disposition of recorded information maintained as evidence of business activities and transactions. The diagram shown consists of the 2 phases with its stages. In the active records phase, starting at the left, create and capture generates records from the need to process and manage information. Receive and distribute shares information to facilitate business activities. Maintain and protect keeps and classifies records in a logical way to protect their contents for retrieval. In inactive records phase, archive and preserve transfers records to the storage for future reference or until the retention period is reached. Purge and dispose destroys records based on the business or statutory guidelines. Record retention is complex and time-consuming but necessary to comply with the various federal and state laws. Retaining records beyond their required period can be detrimental to employers, so it's essential to create and follow a purging schedule, especially for electronic records. Active records are created, received in routine transactions of the business or in pursuance of its legal obligations. They include all documented information, regardless of its characteristics, media, physical form, and the manner it is stored or recorded. Records can be characterized as physical structured content, evidence of actions and transactions, process-bound information, evidence of accountability, preserved for a specific duration, and contributes to organizational memory. Records management is an area of responsibility that can be a part-time assignment in a small business or a full-time responsibility in a large business. The law requires HR professionals to consider the specific regulatory requirements of governing record retention, security access, and legibility. Employers may use a paper system, an electronic system, or a combination of paper and electronic systems under the following provisions. Include controls to ensure the integrity, accuracy, and reliability. Ensure controls for an audit trail so that any alterations or changes may be accessed by the appropriate government agency. Provide a detailed index of all data so that any particular record can be accessed immediately. Prevent the unauthorized access with controls to detect and secure. Establish an inspection and quality assurance program with regular evaluations and periodic inspections of the stored data. And produce a high degree of legibility and readability when displayed on a video display terminal or reproduced on paper. The Federal Trade Commission, FTC, issued a disposal rule relating to the destruction of employment-related records for sensitive information such as Social Security numbers, medical history, and consumer reports, references, and background searches. It requires that impacted businesses prevent reading or reconstruction of destroyed records by burning, pulverizing, or shredding papers, destroying or erasing electronic files media, conducting due diligence, or disposing of documents using a destruction contractor. In this video, I will share the metrics HR uses to validate its overall effectiveness. Key performance indicators, or KPIs, are measures to help employers track progress and identify ways to improve their business practices. A lagging indicator measures the results of a process or change. A leading indicator is a measure that precedes, anticipates, or predicts future performance. The Balance Scorecard is a management tool developed by Robert Kaplan and David Norton to identify, improve, and control a business's various functions and resulting outcomes. On the left, the image shows 4 key areas of how performance management is tracked: financial results, customer results, key internal processes, and how staff are trained to achieve organizational results. The Balance Scorecard aligns business functions measures with organizational strategies. It measures the effectiveness of a department or the entire business, and it considers the perspectives of all stakeholders. This chart shows 14 useful HR metric examples that are often tracked in no particular order and which will vary by industry and by business. HR metrics are the indicators that track and measure how HR activities contribute to the business's performance and ultimately predict the future. They can calculate the cost of benefits, the people aspect, such as the number of people at various stages in the hiring pipeline. For this, you can refer to items 1 and 2, employee retention, items 3 and 12, performance management, items 4 and 6, employee satisfaction, item 8, employee effectiveness, items 5, 7, and 14, HR contributions, items 9, 10, and 11, and item 13 looks at effectiveness of HR systems. We'll look at most of these throughout the program. As a reference, a copy of these key HR metrics is available in the resource section of the course. In this video, I will share the measures to validate the business impact of HR initiatives and provide useful information to management. The business impact of HR initiatives on businesses' strategic plans and goals can be difficult to measure. This is because the effectiveness of HR support can be difficult to isolate from other factors. With these three measures, company-wide HR initiatives can be aligned: the return on investment, the benefit-cost ratio, and the break-even point. We'll have a look at these. One of the most commonly used business metrics is the return on investment, or ROI. It is an effective way for HR to communicate and evaluate their impact on strategic initiatives. It demonstrates efficiency of the resources used. To calculate, we have the formula: divide the net investment by the total cost of investment, then multiply by 100 to get the rate. A benefit-cost ratio, BCR, summarizes the overall relationship between the relative costs and benefits of a project or a proposal. If a project has a BCR greater than 1.0, the project is expected to deliver a positive net present value. If a project's BCR is less than 1.0, the project's cost outweighs the benefits and should not be considered. BCR can be used to evaluate the cost effectiveness of several alternatives to make a recommendation. To calculate, use the formula shown. Value of the projected benefits is divided by the total cost. The break-even point, or BEP, determines the point in time at which total revenue associated with a program is equivalent to the total cost of the program. To calculate, we'll use the formula. Fixed cost is divided by the contribution margin, which is the sales minus the total variable expenses. In this video, I will share some metrics used to measure HR's tactical accountability. Tactical accountability measures provide insights into the effectiveness of HR programs. They're designed to improve productivity and help evaluate the performance of HR initiatives. We'll look at 6 measures that provide good overall health across the business: revenue per employee, cost per hire, time to fill, turnover rate, HR to employee ratio, and employee net promoter score. Revenue per employee assesses the value of employees to the business. Workers, on average, should bring in enough revenue to justify their employment. To calculate, we'll use the formula shown. Determine what your total revenue for the period is and divide that by the total number of employees. Cost per hire is a common metric that determines the cost to recruit and onboard new employees. It takes into account the total external and internal costs associated with recruiting to determine overall cost per person hired during a given time period. To calculate, we'll use the formula shown. Divide the total cost spent on recruitment by the number of hires for the measurement period. Time to fill is the amount of calendar days to fill a position. It helps plan hiring and serves as a warning signal when hiring processes take too long. On average, it takes almost 50 days to fill a position, and that can vary across industries and businesses. Begin with determining when the period will start and end. The start date can vary: requisition date, approval date, or even posting date. The end date is typically when the candidate accepts the offer. This should be standard for all openings. To calculate, use the formula shown. I've chosen to use the posting date. Subtract the day the position was posted from the day the candidate accepted the offer. Turnover rate. Turnover rate is used to determine whether employees are happy working for the business. Turnover looks at the number of employees who leave within a specified period of time for those roles that will be replaced. On average, a 20% turnover rate is standard across most industries. However, most businesses strive for single digits, which would be less than 10%. To calculate, use this formula shown. Determine the number of employees that have left the business, either fired or quit, and divide that number by the average number of employees during the measurement period. HR to employee ratio provides a metric that is indicative of the efficiency of the HR organization. A high ratio can suggest HR is either overspecialized or providing high-touch delivery services or manually operated. A low ratio can indicate that HR is understaffed. To calculate, use this formula shown. The total number of HR staff is divided by the total number of employees and then multiplied by 100 for the ratio. Employee Net Promoter Score. Employee Net Promoter Score was inspired by a survey used to gauge customer satisfaction and is the simplest and quickest way to measure employee engagement. Annual surveys already in place can be used for this calculation. On a 10-point scale, for questions like, I would like to recommend my workplace to others, employees with 9+ ratings are generally considered promoters. 7 to 8 are labeled as passive and omitted from the results, and 0 to 6 are labeled as detractors. To calculate, we'll take a look at this formula. Subtract the percentage of detractors from the percentage of promoters. The results indicate who is enthusiastic about their work, committed to the business, and being an employer brand ambassador. Throughout the course, we covered topics that can be categorized as benefits to HR, the business, and its leaders to sum up how HR adds value. From the HR perspective, it's critical to understand the functions of the HR department to provide guidance and leadership, acquire the competencies for the HR professional to achieve your best, and to know the statutory requirements for HR record keeping so you can stay compliant. Each business will require HR professionals that can help them with establishing corporate governance responsibilities, dealing with ethical and moral behaviors of employees, handling corporate social responsibilities and its impact, and providing options to handle employment threats. Your education, experiences, and professional networks will be beneficial to rely on and also present opportunities for you to help others. Equally as important is helping leaders sense and respond to the organizational activities by measuring HR's tactical accountability, validating HR's overall effectiveness, and evaluating HR's overall impact to the business. The role of the HR organization will be critical to the success of the business. Smaller businesses who do not have a full-time HR professional on staff will need to assign the critical components to another role or to fulfill this role externally. The next course, HR Tools and Processes, offers a look at the assets that HR professionals will use in their role as trusted partner and advisor.